Closed session items for today, September 14th. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiators Judy Hawkins, Shay Johnson, Nick Marvin, regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Union, Unit, SMU, Service Employees International Union, Local 1021, SEIU, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, Deputy Sheriff's Association, DSA.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have public comment on either or both of these items?
There is no public comment.
Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn into closed session. Thank you. Welcome back to the September 14th, 2021 regular meeting of the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Will everyone please join me for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, can we please get a report out on closed session?
Yes. Item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case, no reportable action. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiators Judy Hawkins, Shay Johnson, Nick Marvin, regarding the following employee organizations: Sheriff's Management Union, Unit, SMU, Service Employees International Union, Local 1021, SEIU, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, and Deputy Sheriff's Association, DSA. No reportable action.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to staff announcements. Lisa Medina. If she's not ready, we could go to Rebecca Turner.
Well, on behalf of Rebecca Turner for the Elections Office, just to remind our county residents that we do have voting today till 8 p.m. at 3 locations throughout Calaveras County. 1 location here at the Government Center in San Andreas, the Jenny Lind Veterans Memorial Hall in Valley Springs, and the Bret Hart Theater in Angels Camp. We also have Dropbox locations located here in San Andreas at the Government Center, in Angels Camp inside the Save Mart supermarket, in Copperopolis at the Payless Market inside, in West Point at Pizza Plus inside the store, and inside of the Jenny Lind BFW in Valley Springs. And those are available till 8 p.m. as well.
Thank you. Ms. Medina.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I was muted there for a moment. Imagine that. So good morning, Chair Stopper, respective board members, Deputy Clerk of the Board, and our Calaveras community. Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. We had another successful free rabies and microchip clinic in Angels Camp a few weeks ago. We vaccinated over 121 animals and microchipped 52 dogs and 11 cats. Thank you, Dr. Mike and Terry Hayes and our Focus volunteers and our animal service team for another successful event. Our next free rabies and microchip clinic will take place here on the government campus on Saturday, October 2nd. In August, our dog volunteers gave over 295 hours of their precious time helping us care for our pups. Adopted to loving homes was Dover, Copper, Murphy, Gunner, Hildy, and Midas. We also transferred 8 puppies to Friends of Animal Community BOAC and 4 puppies to the Calaveras Humane Society. Thank you, Friends of the Animal Community and the Calaveras Humane Society, for being such great collaborative partners. We have added some documents to our Calaveras Animal Services website that may be helpful for preparation in the event of a disaster. These documents are also being displayed during the meetings, breaks, and recesses. The first document is a pet disaster kit checklist, which includes what to prepare for in your Go box. Included in this box should be documents such as rabies certificates, vaccination status, medical summary, and recent photos of your pups and your cats. What supplies to have? For a minimum is 2 weeks in a waterproof container. Include such things as a manual can opener, 2 weeks of supply of food and water, medications, and feeding instructions. Other supplies include leashes, collar with an ID and harness, toys, pets, pet carrier, pet first aid book, and there's also an awesome pet first aid app that I will share with you on the website, a first aid kit, and cleaning supplies. The second document is a pet boarding instructions, which will come in handy and can be placed in the box with all the other supplies. This document includes the owner information, food, medication, medical information, including dates of the last vaccines and dates of the last heartworm or the feline leukemia tests for cats, and notes for documenting specific behavior concerns. These documents can be found on our Animal Services website and also on our CalOES website under Pet Disaster Checklist. We also have information for our livestock owners called Disaster Preparedness for Livestock Owners. Please take a look at our website, or if you have any questions regarding any of these documents, please do not hesitate to contact me at 209-754-6744. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Any further staff announcements? Ms. Turner, let's
Good
hear this.
morning. Rebecca Turner, Registrar of Voters. As you know, today is Election Day. If you have not yet voted, you can return your ballot to any drop box in the county. There are drop boxes at Save Mart in Angels Camp, Big Trees Market in Arnold, Payless Market in Copperopolis, and Pizza Plus in West Point. A complete list of drop box locations can be found on the back side of your pamphlet that was mailed to you along with your ballot. You can also drop your ballot off at the post office today, but if you do so, please make sure to drop it off before it closes because your ballot does have to be postmarked today. You can also vote in person until 8 p.m. at any vote center. Locations include the Elections Office here at Government Center in San Andres, Bret Hart Theater at the high school in Angels Camp, and the Veterans Hall in downtown Valley Springs. The first set of results will be posted on the county website tonight at 8:15. You can also check the Secretary of State's website for statewide results. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Any further staff announcements?
There are no further staff announcements.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the public health update. Ms. Corey Allen.
Good morning. Chair, members of the board, Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency Director, speaking today along with Dr. Renee Ramirez, our health officer, and Doug Archer with Mark Twain Medical Center. I wanted to give you our public health update on COVID-19. It has been 3 weeks since the last update and wanted to be sure to keep you in tune with how we're doing. Want to make sure that I could move our screen ahead. Okay, COVID by the numbers. As you can see, as of today, we are at 3,145 cases. I want you to know that's about 465 cases, more than our last report 3 weeks ago. We're currently sitting on 64 active COVID cases, 4 individuals hospitalized, and we are now at 67 deaths due to COVID. We are seeing almost 50% of our eligible population within Calaveras County is fully vaccinated. We are moving in the right direction in that. We have conducted over 57,000 tests, and I wanted to add one data set today due to the point of the conversation we're going to have around education and sports, and that's regarding our eligible youth population. We are at a very low number of 24.3% of our eligible youth that are fully vaccinated at this time. We have a few new things to report. The first is we have reactivated our COVID hotline. We've seen an uptick in calls, and in those calls from our community, a greater complexity and an urgency of the worries around our positive cases and the impact of this particular Delta variant. We are committed in our public health department and division to meet the public need for information and access. That phone number is 754-2896. We have a team ready to respond to those calls every day, business day, Monday through Friday, during those business hours. Other new information to share is we now are seeing testing in our mobile vaccine van. On the right of the screen, you can see all of our locations and times and information. That screenshot can be found on the website, the Calaveras County website, but I want to make sure to continue to put that forward so you can see the visual. The mobile van is open every day except Wednesdays. For testing, it's walk-in only. And, of course, when you're there, if not yet vaccinated, it is an opportunity to go ahead and take care of that as well. One reason for that is that you are 5 times more likely to have an infection than those who are unvaccinated. Or unvaccinated is far more likely to receive difficulties during the COVID virus. Testing and vaccine, I want to also highlight that today, from 11 to 8, West Point, you can receive either the test or the vaccine. Wednesday will not be open, but on Thursday, Valley Springs. Friday will be in Angels Camp, as we do for that evening get-together with our community. That's from 12:30 to 8:30. Saturday in Arnold and Sunday in McCollum Hill. Again, all of that information and the details can be found on our website. You can also use that COVID hotline if you need detailed information. We always have testing opportunities, both in Sonora and in Amador. Those are 7 to 7 every day. So lots of different options when you're looking for those tests. Now, what's new also is that we recently issued a press release and a new health officer order, and it's in relation to school sports and extracurricular activities. What's important to note is that during high transmission, the CDC recommends that schools actually cancel those extracurricular and sporting events. We are in that phase. We're also in a culture here in Calaveras County where masking is low and vaccine is low, especially in those younger youth ages. The alternative that we as a county can implement is to issue an order for increased masking and testing requirements. And that is something that we have done regionally with our partners in Amador, Mariposa, and Tuolumne. So yes, outdoors and indoors, it's masking by all teachers, staff, students, game officials, and visitors to schools. This is regardless of vaccination status. When a mask cannot be worn during an event such as water polo, for those players in the water, they can have twice weekly antigen testing or once weekly PCR testing within 72 hours of the event. If you have had a positive COVID test within 90 days and with documentation, no testing will be required for those individuals. But we do want to clarify that home tests do not meet the testing requirement. Players actively participating in their sport or activity, such as on the field or on the court, may remove their mask until they return to the sideline or the bench or their huddle. So yeah, there's a lot more details, and that can be found in the press release, the guidelines, and the relating order. And of course, we have Dr. Ramirez here, who can answer questions during or after this presentation around those. I do want to hit hard to note that the vaccines are effective. The Delta variant is more contagious. We have seen that over and over. Some data suggests it will cause more severe illness in an unvaccinated person, and you are more likely to be hospitalized than those that are fully vaccinated. Don't wait. Vaccinate. That's our message. Unvaccinated people have 29 times more hospitalizations than those that are fully vaccinated. That speaks for itself. So, Mr. Archer and Dr. Ramirez, let's start with Dr. Ramirez.
Good morning, board. Does anybody have any questions?
I think we'll address the questions after the individual updates. Thank you, Dr. Ramirez.
Okay.
Mr. Archer, if you have any updates?
As of today, where we're at in the hospital, we have 3 COVID positive patients in-house. All 3 are in the ICU. 1 of those 3 is intubated on a ventilator. The other 2 are receiving high flow oxygen, so kind of a precursor intermediate step before ventilation. Hopefully they won't have to become ventilated. Our census has gone down a little bit to kind of our average. We're at 9 today, which is our historical average. We've been as high as 20 in the past 2 weeks. Also our COVID census is down a little bit. We've been as high as 9 since our last report. Today, again, we're at 3. I did have the opportunity to pull some numbers. So these are since July 1st. So a little over 2 months of data. We've admitted 30 patients for COVID since July 1st. Of those 30 patients, only 2 were vaccinated. So that means about 93% of our COVID patients that we've seen in the hospital have been unvaccinated. In that same time period, of those 30 admissions, 3 of those patients expired. And of those 3 expirations, all 3 were non-vaccinated. So just wanted to share that info. We're still seeing a pretty high number of COVID-related visits to the ER. We had to transfer a very sick patient yesterday that was COVID positive. Our ER volumes have been pretty steadily high. Historically, we've averaged about 30 patients a day in the ER. Since July 1st, we've averaged 36. So a 20% increase there. Staff-wise, we're doing okay. The lower census is helping us out a little bit there. We have had a few staff members go out. Currently, we have 4 that are not working due to sickness. And we are still offering testing, although limited, in our San Andreas clinic. And I believe by next week we should be able to start providing limited testing in our Angels Camp clinic as well. So it'd be the same scheduling phone number as for San Andreas. And I believe that's it, unless there's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. Any board members have any questions at this time? Ms. Callaway.
Considering the short time frame for some of these tests, like the 72 hours and so forth, do we have the ability to do rapid testing? And where can that be done? And for the 72 hours, will testing be done at the schools? or do they have to go to a test site?
First of all, let me just say that our testing sites that the county hosts are the normal traditional testing that does take between 2 and 4 days.
Just a moment. Corey, just a moment. I'm having trouble hearing, and is there a way we can increase the sound? Guess is good.
Is this better?
I'll just ask my questions and then we can maybe respond. We are, or at least I am, having trouble hearing you. And more of my questions for Dr. Ramirez. I understand you met with other health officers regarding the decisions that were made for sports. Are there other counties besides the ones you mentioned throughout the state that might be doing this? Because we're sure it's going to be controversial. And of course, how is that managed at the school level? And for Mr. Archer, is Mark Twain able to handle their non-COVID ER emergencies, i.e., I don't know, heart attack or hyperventilation, where they need an ICU bed? And fourth, it's my editorial comment again, and I'm sure Miss Allen is tired of hearing me, but on our dashboard it only shows hospitalizations of people in Mark Twain, and we all know that there are other Calaveras residents in other facilities. And if we want to really try and encourage our constituents to get vaccinated and tested, we need to tell better stories. And I don't know who to lobby, but I'm putting it out there again.
I got one.
So-
I got one for you here in a minute, Rita.
And thank you, Mr. Archer, for giving us the data on vaccinated or non-vaccinated, because it is a consistent question that I get, and I am sure Ms. Allen's staff might. And thank you, Ms. Allen, for doing testing and vaccinations at the same time. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm done.
Well, thank you for your questions. I'll just go ahead and start and then turn it over to Corey and Mr. Archer there. So with regards to the first question, I believe, the first or second, I did meet with the other counties nearby. The purpose of this is that our schools play sports with each other. So we wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page to act in the best interest of our students and our community. The unfortunate reality is the message has been clear the entire time. Our rates are very low in terms of vaccination. And unfortunately, when we had a time where our hospitals are being inundated with an overflow of patients throughout the state, where every single day we're receiving emails asking for transfers out of hospitals to other hospitals, and unfortunately patients sometimes to out-of-state hospitals. Everybody's just trying to place these patients wherever they can because hospitals are rapidly filling up with patients. Now, these are not all COVID patients, but the COVID patients add stress to already stressed capacities in various facets. Anything from nurses, physicians, techs. When people get sick with COVID, the bad thing is they're sick for quite some time, as evident by these prolonged hospitalizations. Now, as Ms. Allen did say, according to the CDC, when we were in the red tier, the recommendation from the CDC is to cancel sports. I don't want to cancel anything we don't have to cancel. In fact, you asked about other counties. Well, other counties are going as far as to mandate vaccinations for students. I think the appropriate thing would be is for parents and their physicians, not parents in social media and not parents and other parents, but parents and their physicians to come up with best practice guidance with regards to vaccinations. If our vaccination rates were higher, even as they approach the rest of the state, we could then say that it would be more likely that our COVID rates would be much lower. And unfortunately, masks and vaccinations seem to be very low in our county with regards to the rest of the state. And when we have those two elements, we can only project higher than usual numbers with regards to the rest of the state. And I think that that could be seen with the amount of hospitalizations that we've seen in our Mark Twain Medical Center and the ER presentations. So in the interest of the safety, health, and well-being of the community, myself and the surrounding health officers from the communities did our best to come up with a set of guidance, which for Calaveras, it was initially issued as suggested guidance, and then we saw that that was not being followed even when suggested. So then, unfortunately, we had to change it over to a health order.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. I wanted to also answer some questions. The first being, the schools do their own testing for the teams and those in extracurriculars, and for all the required persons that undergo the testing. And so what I was trying to say was that we don't have an instant test here with the county. That is something that a person can pursue through their own avenue. And like I said, the schools will do their own testing for their purposes. As far as the dashboard and what we're able to report, we receive data from the California Department of Public Health. We do not receive data directly from other hospitals where some of our residents would otherwise go, for the obvious reasons of confidential information. If the California Department of Public Health opts to change the format in which they collect and share data, then we would absolutely update it accordingly. As far as who someone might petition or advocate with, it would be the California Department of Public Health. We agree that having the information and a real story behind what's happening absolutely makes a difference. We have been telling the story. Dr. Ramirez has been talking about the real impact locally and statewide from his perspective. We've been hearing it from Mr. Archer. The real story is that real people are impacted. And maybe it's time that our community come and start sharing their experience, their story. We've seen that from Supervisor Stopper, who was very brave in coming forward and talking about his story, something that maybe we can continue to work with. But we are very fortunate. We have leaders on this board, 100% vaccinated and 100% behind making sure our community is informed and has access to what's needed. So when you talk, Supervisor Callaway, about the importance of having that vaccine and test in the mobile van, your public health deputy director worked with her team for weeks on end to get that access for people so that we can get the community access anywhere that that van goes. So we will continue to listen to your leadership. We will continue to listen to the community's needs, and we will pivot accordingly. And as you've seen today, that's exactly what we've done. Any other questions, or Mr. Archer, do you have anything to add?
To respond to Ms. Callaway's question around the ER, yes, so we're still fully functional, fully open. And much of that depends on the volume, the census of when you arrive, but we triage like all ERs. So if we triage to the sickest patient and prioritize their care, which is fairly common. We've only had a few moments in the past 3 weeks where we've really been at saturation point in the ED. But even so, we still find a way to prioritize the patients and make sure that, the sickest are being addressed as quickly as possible. So I want to make sure the community knows our doors are open, our ER staff is solid, and we're here to help you if you find yourself in the event that you need help.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. If everyone's okay, I'm going to go ahead and go forward. COVID-19, the Delta variant, the virus in general has unfortunately been very politicized, and a lot of people feel very strong one way or another. But I can tell you the Delta variant surges. Our hospital has more admitted to intensive care than we have had throughout the pandemic. We are open now, but I believe if the current trend continues, the state will be moving to be more restrictive. I don't have a crystal ball, but if I was a betting man, I would put my money on somewhere around September 15th. But that beside itself, with that, we will all carry responsibility to our neighbors and our businesses to keep our doors open and businesses thriving. As a supervisor that has fought to keep businesses open, has voted to not fine business or revoke business licenses, I'm asking everyone to take responsibility for themselves. Do what you can to stem the spread of the coronavirus to keep businesses open. Mask up in the proper setting and social distance and get vaccinated when able. I understand there are views on vaccination. My wife and I have opposing views. I'm lucky she's still around after I went and got my vaccine. Last month, my immediate family had a serious battle with COVID. I can attest to this Delta variant being brutal. I coughed until I lost my voice. On fever reducers, I was still coming out with 103.8 degrees Fahrenheit temperature. This scrawny guy doesn't have anything to lose, and when it comes to weight, and I lost my anything. I was solidly sick for 2 weeks. It has now been 4 weeks, a little bit more, and I still have very low energy. My wife was equally sick, and my daughter, thank goodness, only had mild symptoms for a week. I had gone in to get my vaccine, the J&J, one and done on a Wednesday, and I got no fault of the vaccines. I got sick on Thursday. If it would have alleviated how sick I had gotten, and I had an opportunity, I would go back and would have gotten the vaccine earlier. I know people in the ICU currently because of the Delta variant. I have lost family to COVID. If able, for your own health, please get vaccinated. And that's my message to the community. And it's not, and other things I have to say, it's more of a matter of process, so I don't mean to confuse anybody, but, I am, for one, thinking about businesses and our fellow neighbors. Let's do what we can to keep everyone healthy in the best interest of everyone. It's always been my thing throughout life. If I'm sick, stay home. Don't get other people sick. Unfortunately, I got my whole family sick when I got COVID, and it was brutal. So that's my message to the community. There's some other things as we move forward the process I would like to, I have questions for Dr. Ramirez and everyone, if that's okay. Dr. Ramirez, with a sports order, you as a doctor, you're thinking of the best health and in the interest of our community here. And I appreciate how you move forward with that, and I support you 100% with that. And, working with our fellow communities, Tuolumne County, Amador County, when it came to sports, I think we should be on a level playing field. And I think that you were working in the best interest of our students in behalf of the superintendents coming forward and asking you to work on this. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we also had the superintendents from the surrounding communities involved in our discussions.
Right.
This was not a guidance that any, one health officer did. We all got on a Zoom meeting together. We opened up a document, and we all collaborated to put this forward. Yes, this is with the best interest of the community. It is not intended to be perceived as penalizing anybody. We just want to reward everybody. We want kids to be kids. We want kids to play sports. We want parents to go and watch their kids, but we also want to act in the best and safe interest of the community. I don't want to see anybody get sick from COVID. I don't want to see anybody go to the hospital or the ICU, miss work days, or have to pay all that money for health care when a simple shot vaccine can, if not prevent 100%, I'm not going to say it's going to prevent 100%, but it will help to keep you out of the hospital.
I can appreciate that. And reading the health order that you put forward, and then I went ahead and got on the CDPH K through 12 guidelines set forth by the state, which the school districts ultimately are tied to regardless. And within the CDC guidelines also, your order is not really any more strict from what I read than what the state's already put forward. So you're pretty much reciprocating the same order and just spelling it out for people.
I am, very much so. And again, the original issuance was as guidance, which is pretty simple, or pretty similar to the same order. It's just a matter of semantics. Unfortunately, a lot of people saw the initial guidance as suggestions, and a lot of people were not following those suggestions. So unfortunately, as our hospital cases started going up, as more cases started spiking up, and again, to act in the best interest of the community, we came together again and we made the revisions, and we put it forth as an order this time. And the other thing that I want to call to everybody's attention is that opening paragraph where the order is not intended to be a be-all, end-all. I want us to move out of the red tier. I want our COVID cases to come down, just as I would hope that the rest of the community would be, because I want everybody to go back to a normal way of life where I don't want our kids to be tested. I don't want people to go to the hospital. I want kids to be kids. I want us to live our lives, and I want us to do so in a safe and healthy way.
I can appreciate that, Dr. Ramirez, and I thank you for your work to those ends. I appreciate the clarity. Your guidelines are in line with CDPH and the CDC when it comes to sports, and you worked with so that it was on a level playing field, and you made it clear what those guidelines are moving forward, and you pretty much let everyone know this is an order from our county, but at the same time, the schools are tied to what the state's put forward on them when it comes to their funding and everything also. So they have to follow these guidelines regardless of you putting forward that health order or not. So, which brings me to a point. Your responsibility is the health of the community. As a doctor working under science, our responsibility as supervisors in the county is to put forward policy and possible enforcement to such types of actions, let's say, in health. It seems more often than not, unfortunately, the school's job is to lay the burden of fault for everything being put forward on us because they say, well, the public health officer said that. Well, the state said that also. And I want to make it clear that, look, you're doing your job in the best way that you can as a doctor, but it's not fault. It's not your fault. You're following guidelines that are put forward by people higher than you. So with that, I think that, you brought up earlier that LA County put forward a vaccination mandate, which I definitely don't agree with, but it was the LA Unified School District that put forward that vaccination mandate through their own board. So every time, let's say a school district has the opportunity to put forward their own rules as a school district and maintain something stricter than what the state has put forward. As you can make things stricter than what the state has been put forward, but we can never be less strict than what the state or CDC has put forward, for example. And I don't think that message is being conveyed from a lot of circumstances, and no fault of yours, Dr. Ramirez. This is kind of outside your realm as a doctor. And this is more of a political frame, and I've started this whole thing, like, unfortunately, this has been very politicized. And I just want to say and make it clear to the community that the school district has every opportunity to put forward their own rules. They don't have to ride our back the whole time on everything that's put forward. And they can only be as strict as the state or more strict. They can never be less strict than the state, as the way I understand it. So I just want to clarify my position, or how it works, because a lot of times a lot of parents are like, why is the county doing this? And a lot of times the county's, either the county or the public health director gets the finger pointed towards them at this, and that's not necessarily the way it works. And I think that needs to be made clear to the community. Thank you for your good work, Dr. Ramirez. I appreciate it. And everyone else. Is there any other comments that anybody would like to make? Mr. Toffanelli.
Yeah, I have just a couple quick questions after all that. Just to Dr. Ramirez. Dr. Ramirez, there's another variant being reported out there, which is the MU or MU variant that seems to be resistant to vaccinations. When we do the tests, like the mobile tests that was up on the screen, do those tests initially indicate what variant it is? It's just a test of positive or negative, and so when it comes in positive and they go in, then you draw blood out, and how does that work to where you get to the variant, that you know what that person has? And also, is there any indication that that particular variant is moving into Calaveras County?
So I'll start with your last question. I have not received a report that says that the MU variant is in Calaveras County. But with that said, it is very possible that it is here. Now, I think the focus of attention, you brought up the vaccination and it being resistant to vaccination. To use an analogy, I don't know if you've ever had a sunburn or anybody else has had a sunburn that's there on the board, but most of us try to apply some degree of sunblock in order to prevent a sunburn. Now, as we possibly all know, sunscreen does not always 100% protect us from the sunburn. But what we do know is that it decreases the chance of having severe sunburns. I use that analogy because I think it's an analogy that most of us can relate to. And it's along the same lines with regards to the analogy of vaccines. We can pick and choose. I don't know if you or anybody else has ever had Tylenol or taken Advil, but there is a whole laundry list of side effects. Some very serious, some you probably didn't even know, some that have ugly pictures associated with them that would scar most of us for the rest of our life. Some of those side effects that I've seen in my practice. But does that prevent each and every one of us from ever taking Tylenol or giving Tylenol to our kids? Now, I say that not to cause attention to Tylenol and scare everybody to take away Tylenol. That's not my intent. My intent is we could pick whatever we want, even water. Drinking too much water can kill somebody. And that's been shown in hazing of college campuses. But do we go around and say, don't drink water? What happens is we've had a very polarized view of this entire topic. The facts have been the same. Vaccines are safe. Vaccines are effective. Vaccines help to prevent serious infections, hospitalizations, and death. Now, with regards to testing of what variant is where, not every COVID sample gets stereotyped. That has to go to a special lab, and the labs that do those stereotyping take samples from each population. It would be almost impossible to stereotype every single COVID swab that was done to see if every single person had an alpha, beta, delta, gamma, mu variant. we just couldn't do that. So what these labs do is they do their best to take a sample size of the population. So as Supervisor Callaway had been asking, what are our rates in the hospital regarding the unvaccinated versus the vaccinated? Who gets admitted? Who doesn't get admitted? Well, as Mr. Archer said, over 90% of the people who get admitted to the hospital, and certainly those who die, are unvaccinated people. I've been telling you that all along. I've been using the data that's not only statewide, but nationwide and worldwide. It's because we look at statistics in a scientific way, and we do our best to apply scientifically viewed and verified statistics. We use the scientific method, and the science shows us that vaccines are safe and effective.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez, and I was vaccinated back in February, way back then. I take flu vaccinations every year, so I believe my personal self in vaccinations. I've never really been affected by them. I have another question for you, and it has to do with the Moderna vaccine, and they apparently had missed the date for the FDA for their booster shot. So that being the case, and I got Moderna because I was one of the first back in February, is it safe to get a booster shot of a different variant of the vaccination, like a Johnson & Johnson? Or, I mean, where do we go if you got Moderna and you need a booster shot in coming up in October, November through the FDA recommendations?
Sure. So unfortunately, I think from the top on down, the bringing up these dates with regards to boosters was maybe done a little premature in the sense that we don't have all the details quite yet. I did bring up your question to one of our statewide calls with regards to, you know, what is recommended for boosters. And just as I think I might have said in the last meeting here, the consensus was if you get Pfizer, you will be in line to get a Pfizer booster. If you get a Moderna, then you'll be in line to get a Moderna booster. However, the caveat for the state call was, or you get what is best available. So the real answer is these details are still being worked out. The problem is we have these hypotheticals that we're all anxious to know, and unfortunately those hypotheticals have not been 100% answered just yet. I think that the biggest thing, and I wasn't directing my vaccine speech to anybody in particular. It's just our community in general in Calaveras has a very low vaccination rate, and I am just pleading with the community to get the vaccine for COVID to help us to bring our numbers down. I think the most important thing is just getting vaccinated, and then the boosters as they come is icing on the cake, so to say.
Thank you, Doctor.
Ms. Fullendorf.
I have two questions. One is, do we see a trend of the flu vaccine not being wanted because of the polarization of COVID vaccines as we're going into flu season? And what is, if you do know, any potential trends of the fall of what we're going to be seeing in terms of cases spiking or the leveling off?
Those are good questions, and those are questions we ask ourselves in our physician circles and some of these statewide calls. You have a couple different views. Some people believe that we're going to be in for a pretty dark and gloomy winter. What we did see this last year when people were sheltering in place and kind of staying home because of various shutdowns is we saw cases such as RSV and influenza happen much later than their normal season. So the concern is as we start venturing out with sporting events, concerts, things are open, and we're still kind of making our way to go up towards our vaccination rates. One of the concerns is if we're going to not only see a winter surge of COVID, but is that also going to be impacted by another surge of influenza, rhinovirus, or any of the other viruses that go around? I recently admitted a couple children at a hospital, and the reason that I had admitted them was not necessarily for COVID, but it was due to one of the other viruses that's a little atypical for this type of year. So what happens is this COVID has really changed our behavior as a society, and we're all eager to get back to normal, myself included. I would hope that the COVID vaccine and its polarization would not necessarily deter anybody from getting the influenza vaccine. But just a little food for thought for everybody. You know, the COVID vaccine has been shown to be very effective. And in fact, it's more effective than the influenza vaccine. But if we think back to when COVID was not a thing and it was just a flu, we had normal lives and we'd carry on and we would travel. You know, the majority of us would hopefully get the influenza vaccine, but we weren't seeing these rates of deaths and hospitalizations and prolonged stays. So my hope is that everybody will receive the influenza vaccine, and not only receive the influenza vaccine, but the COVID vaccine. You know, another tidbit for thought is, I believe it was San Francisco County had announced that over 90% of students of 12 and older were vaccinated for COVID. And if my memory serves me right, I think the news had reported that they had not had one call out due to COVID. I think that's just another a testament to how well the COVID vaccine does work.
Thank you.
If there's no further board questions or comments, then we'll move to public comment.
There's no public comment at this time? Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I have one person that's raised their hand. Yes, I'm sorry, Mary Sousa.
Good morning, Mary.
Mary?
Yes, I am unmuted at this end.
We can hear you fine now.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for the tech problems. You'd think after 18 months that I would know all the ins and outs, but apparently not. So thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you also for that detailed COVID report. It was really interesting and certainly good information that we use. So as mentioned, my name is Mary Ellen Sousa, and I have been before you in the past. I am the Director of Creative Support Alternatives, and we provide direct services to adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities in Calaveras, as well as Amador and Tuolumne. Today I wanted to bring a group of people to your minds, as this week, September 12th and 18th, through the 18th, is National Direct Support Professional Week. Direct support professionals work face-to-face. We work in individual homes and communities. My team provides support to adults day in and day out. And as the co-founder of Creative Support Alternatives...
My apologies. Is this a public comment that is something separate from COVID-19? Because we're doing a public
Correct.
health up. So we'll let you... I apologize.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
No,
I thought
it's
public
okay.
comment in general.
I get confused all the time, so we're on the same boat. We'll get back to you. I appreciate the comment, and we're more than
And I apologize. Because I am in the field, I'm probably not going to be able to stay for the rest of it.
okay. Any further public comments on COVID-19?
No further public comment on COVID-19.
With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Any last comments or questions for our public health? With that, I want to thank you all for the work you've done. Ms. Corey Ellen, we sat down and talked not long ago. You've really stepped up our response. We have more tests. We have more vaccine clinics going out. I've seen, since we've had that talk, I've seen extravagant steps forward in us addressing the public needs, the hotline and everything else you put forward. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for the time. And once again, I must say thank you to the Public Health Department. That is a very small staff working long, long days and long, long weeks. And I don't ever want that lost or forgotten. This work cannot be done without that team. So thank you, Colleen, and everyone on that team.
With that, we're going to move on. I'm sorry, I'm going to get back into my spot here to recognitions and acknowledgements. I want to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to that. Thank you. We're moving on to recognitions and acknowledgements. Proclamation, Health and Human Services Agency. A drop of proclamation honoring the lives lost 20 years ago on September 11th, 2001. I'm going to stand for this one. We're adopting a proclamation honoring the lives lost 20 years ago on September 11th, 2001. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, terrorists hijacked and flew commercial airplanes into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, causing both of them to collapse, and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., inflicting severe damage. And a fourth terrorist hijacked plane crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, when passengers attempted to take the plane back from its hijackers. Whereas community organizations and family members of 9/11 victims began observing the anniversary of September 11th as a charitable service day to honor the memory of those who were lost and those who united in response to the tragedy, including first responders and volunteers. And whereas on September 11th, we pay tribute to the first responders and citizens who answered the call to save lives with tremendous acts of courage with no hesitation. Each and every day, we must remember to stand united. And whereas it is our sacred duty to never forget the events that transpired on that painful day in our country's history, so that future generations may be reminded that when Americans from all walks of life unite together, we are stronger as a country. And whereas, let us also not forget the military men and women who have answered the call to defend our freedom since 9/11. Ms. Corey Allen.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Thank you so much for taking the time to issue this proclamation. The 20th year of what happened in 9/11 impacts every single one of us here in the United States. For me personally, I lost an uncle who responded from the Brooklyn Stuyvesant Firehouse, and it's very personal. It's something that every year my family and I come together and really remember the sacrifice that our first responders take in those moments. And what I really want to do is bring this home, because here in Calaveras County, we have that same network of first responders that would put their lives on the line for each and every one of us. We remember during this 20th anniversary that we are Americans and that we are undivided here in the United States, and that we will stand firm to protect our loved ones. So as you've seen me represent through the Public Health Department, it's just so important that we continue to come together and build and thrive who we are as a community. So thank you so much for taking the time this year to honor, and what I want to do is sort of give Blaine Galicia, our Veteran Services, off for a moment officer a moment to speak on this as well.
Good morning, Chairman, Board. We all remember where we were the events of September 11th, 2001, when it took place. Many watched in disbelief while the events unfolded. Others stepped up and took action. In response to those attacks, 181,510 Americans enlisted in the U.S. Armed Forces, and another 72,908 joined the reserves. We at the Calaveras County Veteran Services Office honor those lost on that tragic day. We also honor the courageous women and men of our armed services who volunteered to defend our country after September 11th, 2001. We now stand ready to assist and fight for them as they return home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Osborne. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the September 11th attacks. It's important to remember that for many families, these attacks aren't yet over, even though it's been 20 years. To date, there are over 1,106 victims that died on September 11th, 2001 that are yet to be identified. The medical examiner's office still works to this day to identify people who lost their lives. On September 11th, there were 2,977 victims that lost their lives that day alone. There were 2,996 total deaths. It was a day that has been unparalleled throughout history. As a first responder on that day, I can remember where I was, who I was with, and in my 25 years in public service, it was one of the few times that I was afraid. I've been scared many times throughout my career, but very few times was I ever afraid. Afraid for my brother first responders, and afraid for my country, and afraid for our world. There were 67 nations that lost people in these attacks. It just wasn't America. So today I want to remind everyone that there are over 11,102 first responders engaged in the fight against 15 large wildfires today alone. So if you can, please take a moment and wish them well, wish them safety. And then I would like to extend my gratitude to Brian and all of those service members that stepped off, went downrange for our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Is there anything further, Ms. Corey Allen?
I do not know if Sheriff DeVasilio has words or if anyone else from our first responder community has anything they'd like to add. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Thank you. With that, we'll give the opportunity for public comment on this item.
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Callaway with the motion.
Second.
A second by Mr. Toffenelli. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Passes on 5-0 vote of the board.
I'd like to say something now. At the time on 9/11, the Darby fire on a local level was going on. People were being evacuated, and because of what occurred in New York, all the planes that were helping with the Darby fire had to stop, and it took, I don't remember, 5 or 6 hours, the chief might remember, before they got permission to fly again. And I was watching flames outside my house, and there was no help except for the first responders that worked the fire and kept working it even when what was happening in New York. So I think that.
Thank you, Ms. Callaway. It's unfortunate circumstances and timing. Therefore, is here proclaimed by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that we honor the lives lost when our country was attacked 20 years ago on September 11th, 2001. We all lost a little something that day, whether we knew someone there or not, as a country as a whole. So in remembrance of those lost and the families that have lost someone in there, can we all have just a short moment of silence, please? Thank you. With that, we'll move to the consent agenda.
General public comment.
Oh, general public comment. My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Toffanelli. Is Mary still around?
She is no longer as present.
That's unfortunate. Well, is there any other general public comments? And I'll go ahead and read while we're waiting out. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agenda may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any item which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. With that,
There is no public comment.
thank you. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Board members, Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item 15.
Thank you, sir. And that's for discussion, correct?
Yeah, to
Okay.
talk about.
Right. Absolutely. Any other board members like to pull any items? Any staff members that would like to pull any items for discussion? Members of the public? Any that would like to pull any items for discussion?
There are no requests.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion on the remainder.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Toffanelli. Second. A second by Ms. Callaway. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Mr. Garamendi, item 15.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't have a problem with the contracts with PG&E and our buildings. I think that makes a lot of sense. What I do want to bring up is we need, the organizations that lease our buildings are always hurting for income. The West Point Community Hall, for example, been shut down, and then Public Health used them, I believe, in excess of 13 times this last year. PSPS was used, I believe, 3 or 4 times. But the point I'm trying to make is the $350 a day that we get for the county for this, I believe ought to go to the people who are being denied use of their building. For that, they might have a wedding, they might have something else going on, but obviously PSPS is a little different, but it seems like a time that we could support our local organizations, because when we've taken over these buildings, they're still responsible for the utilities, power, sewer, water. Their insurance expenses continue, and they're not able to get access to this $350 a day. So I would like to propose that we step back from this agreement instead of approving it, but have it brought forward, and I've talked to Krista, and John about this, but have it brought forward with an accompanying resolution that the money that comes as a result of this is a pass-through to the community organizations that actually lease the buildings from us. $350 a day is not going to change our bottom line, but it could have a major impact on our local organizations. So I don't know whether John or Kristen wants to talk about this, but my proposal would be to hear this again with an accompanying resolution for a pass-through, if that's the will of this board.
Ms. Von Lotta.
If that is what the board so directs, then clearly we will do so. Yeah. Happy to do so.
Mr. Osborne, any comments? I take that as he's comfortable with it. Okay.
There I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are happy to do so, and the other thought that would be appropriate as well would be to include in the return the PSPS agreements, which are separate from these. These pertain to non-PSPS events.
Not sure I understand.
So we
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead.
Please go ahead, Mr. Osborne. I apologize.
We already have agreements in place with PG&E to utilize these sites during public safety power shutoff events, and these agreements here are for public safety power shutoff events. So these agreements are for wildfires, earthquakes, gas leaks, those kinds of events that we experience here in the county where PG&E would like to come in and provide assistance. I think it would be appropriate to apply Supervisor Garamindi's appropriate theory of passing through this $350 a day to the leasors for their loss of the use of the building.
Great. Yes. So I guess, Mr. Chair, I'd be asking if we could ask to have this brought back to the board at a later date with the accompanying enabling legislation, whatever that may be.
Yeah, we'll be happy to do that, and then reference as well the agreement to which Mr. Osborne refers regarding the PSPS events.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to start off with calling for public comment real quick, and we'll bring it back to the board.
There is no public comment.
Thank you. With that, I'll just start going down the row. Are we okay with bringing it back with that? Ms. Fullendorf is a yes. Mr. Toffenelli?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Mr. Garamindi, of course, is a yes. Ms. Callaway?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll be bringing it back at a later date with an added resolution, I suppose, is what
Whatever
the
the
course.
enabling thing would be.
Whatever's legal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this brings us to regular agenda. Item 19, Mr. Toffenelli.
Mr. Chair, I'm requesting to remove this item today and bring it back in 2 weeks.
All right.
There's some things going on that I think should be included in this report that's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks. So instead of doing a two-thing, I think we'll just pull it today and put it back on for the last Tuesday in September.
I'm fine with that. Miss, do we need consensus of the board to bring it back at a later date, or can we move forward from there with Mr. Toffenelli's request?
Typically, if you want it brought back at a date certain, we would just have a motion to bring it back on that particular date.
Mr. Toffenelli, would you like to make a motion?
I will make a motion to bring this back in 2 weeks.
So that, I assume on the 28th.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, a second by Ms. Fullendorf, a motion by Mr. Toffenelli. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The 28th it is. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 20. Action item. Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
So, Mr. Chair, Board Chair, actually, the item is on here because we have 2 applicants for the library commissions for
Right.
the board.
Understood. Just a quick thing. In the past, I know a lot of an application's not for public consumption, but there is a separate board packet that has included in the past that I couldn't find in this, the applications for applicants. Can we consider that for the future so that when I'm making a choice between applicants, I can see the information there? Not that it directly affects me. These are more representative someplace else, but
We need to see the application.
yes, I would appreciate that. With that, we'll move forward. Has everybody gone over this? Are you comfortable with it right now, or can we ask for public comment and then make a decision? Any comments? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move to public comment.
There's no public comment?
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion. Unless there's comments or questions.
You gotta choose between.
Right. Well, that would be a motion by someone.
Is there any background information on these guys? I don't know them.
I don't know either one of them either, and I have no back.
Does anybody want to speak to it?
I can print them and bring them over back to chambers here.
It's not something for public consumption, so I don't believe we're bending the rules or anything, are we, Ms. Edwards? Can we bring this back in a moment?
You could, but I would suggest that it maybe be continued to the next meeting to the extent the board wants an opportunity to actually review the applications of the applicants that are being asked to decide between.
All the board members comfortable with that?
I think it's going to take 5 minutes. I
Right.
don't see why we would delay it. If we could just push it to later on in the agenda.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Sure.
I think the board's fine with that. Do we need a motion to push it back on the agenda, or can I just do that as the chair? Then I'll take the bull by the horns, and we'll move it to later in the agenda to be reviewed. While we're moving forward with the agenda, can we get those printed and over here, and then we can possibly look at them real quick while we're working forward. Thank you. So, item 21, action item. County Council, introduce, waive full reading, and authorize summary publication of an ordinance amending County Code Section 2.04.010 regarding the Board of Supervisors meeting schedule. Ms. Edwards.
Good morning, board. I'm bringing this item forward at the request of Supervisor Callaway and the rest of the board. As everyone will note, if they review the redlined version of County Code Section 2.04.010 that's included in the packet, that section currently states that the Board of Supervisors' regular meetings are on the second and fourth Tuesdays of every month only. Notwithstanding that fact, the board has, in the past several years, adopted a meeting calendar at the beginning of every calendar year, which provides for meetings on the second, third, and fourth Tuesdays of the month. Because of this ordinance being on the books, we've been forced to call that third Tuesday meeting a special meeting, and some folks don't love that nomenclature, and so what we have done here is amended the ordinance merely to state that the board may also add additional regular meeting dates by way of adoption of its annual calendar, and they will all be regular meetings.
Ms. Callaway, does this address your issue with the special meetings label?
Yes, because we've had on many of our study session meetings, we've had regular agenda items. So it's a regular meeting. So-
Understood.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you, council.
Very good. Mr. Toffenelli.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No worries. With that, I'll let it go to public comment.
There's no public comment.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board, if there's no further questions or statements, I entertain a motion.
I move that we amend county code and waive reading of the board's meeting schedule.
Thank you, Ms. Callaway.
I will second that motion.
A second by Mr. Toffenelli. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
Okay.
Item 22, action item, administrative office. Adopt a policy allowing elected officials to waive compensation. Ms. Krista Von Lotta.
I'm actually gonna, sorry, you're stuck with me on this one as well.
Okay. Well, Ms. Edwards, I'll put your name down here to Ms. Von Lotta's, next to Ms. Von Lotta, so you may.
At the board's prior direction, my office reviewed many counties, kind of did a survey of other counties to see how they approached this issue, and we modeled this policy and form on other counties' approaches, and we did run it by the auditor's office. What this does is simply the board is adopting a policy which permits elected officials to waive some or all of their compensation. And as you'll see from the policy and the form, such forms go to the auditor. It's for a period of 12 months, and it's unconditional, irrevocable, and unqualified, meaning that the elected official who may be choosing to waive some of his or her compensation cannot dictate what that be used for. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
So what you're saying is if I waive part of mine, Marita can use it for snow plowing up the hill even though I don't want her to?
You would not be able to dictate one way or the other what that does or does not get utilized for. That's correct.
Oh, man.
On a vote of the board, can we use it for snow removal?
You don't get to dictate that, Ms.
Just so
Caldwell.
that,
I'm getting
just
a
so
vote
that,
of the board.
That's not general fund money. It's used
and
for that.
if I may, just so that everyone knows why that is, and I am not giving you personal tax advice in any way, shape, or form, but for IRS and other purposes, if you're dictating how that is spent, then one might be able to argue that it still is your compensation. So if it's completely no strings attached and irrevocable, then we don't encounter those issues.
So then I could dictate what Marita's is if she so puts it forward, but she doesn't get to dictate her own.
The board as a whole always has the ability to dictate how funds are used.
Ms. Callaway.
Ms. Edwards, what would be the difference then if an elected chooses to gift back, as many of us have done in the past, versus this system?
So again, I'm leery of saying anything that could be construed as personal tax advice, but broadly speaking, if somebody waived their compensation pursuant to this policy, it would be as though they're never receiving that compensation as salary, so it's not part of their income, whereas broadly speaking, if you receive income and then donate it or give it as a gift, that obviously has different income and tax implications.
Thank you.
And it has to do with PERS, is that correct? Sarah?
There's that as well. Again, if you receive if any of you or anyone receives as salary some money and that's their income, right? And then you can do with it what you see fit, including donate it or gift it, but it's still your income. The idea here is that you are waiving all or some of it to where it's not your income in the first place.
Any further board questions? For the moment, I'll go ahead and let it go to public comment. Mr. Delordo, good to see you. Former Supervisor Delordo.
Mike, you can move your mouse to talk. Oh, you don't know what this is true. Whatever you want about it.
Put it back on, Mike.
When I was on the board, my wife had insurance 100%. And the insurance we had here was 80%. And I discovered that I had to make up the 10% because they equalize. So I finally took a while, but I got rid of the county's insurance because it was costing me 10%. Just food for thought.
Thank you, Mr. Delordo. Any further public comments?
There's no public comment.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. If there's no further questions or statements, I'll consider a motion.
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Toffenelli, with a motion.
Second.
A second by Ms. Callaway. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board. With that, do we have the items, applications? Okay, so can we take a 10-minute break so we can review those and we'll come back to the next item and then we'll move on to budget, unless I'm missing something. All right, we'll do a 10-minute break. Welcome back. We're moving back to item 20, action item, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Hopefully all the board members have had an opportunity to review the applications. With that, I'll bring the board discussion till after public comment.
There's no public comment.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. After reviewing these, I'm going to go ahead and make, my apologies here. I'll pull it up here.
Mr. Chair, I would, of the Library Commission, I would nominate Beth Lopes for that position.
Thank you. That's right in line with where I was going, Mr. Toffenelli. Mr. Garamendi?
I know Terry because First Five, and I know her love of the libraries and Little Leaper programs, and this is a lady who shows up in the frog suit to get kids to read books. So I would, we'll see how the votes come, but if that's a motion, then we should carry it, but otherwise I would make a secondary motion to approve Terry.
All right. Is it, so Mr. Toffenelli, I assume, was making a motion?
Well, I would just, at this time, before we go forward with the motion to accept both of them, I was nominating for a poll or whatever you want to say for either one of these two, and I was saying I would approve or nominate for this position Ms. Lopes.
Ms. Lopes, and Mr. Garamendi says...
I'll nominate Ms. Lane.
Ms. Lane. So, it'll be like this. Ms. Follendorf, Lopes or Lane? Oh. Yeah. Your microphone, please.
Is it an at-large or is it a district appointment?
It would be an at-large because,
Okay.
not a specific district.
Okay. If that was the case, then by all means.
yeah.
I'm sorry, if I could interrupt. First of all, Supervisor Bondorf's mic isn't on, and so just a reminder for everyone to please turn their mics on. And then also, procedurally, I think we should have a motion for one or the other applicant and then see what happens.
Okay. So we can't poll and then make a motion?
For the entire,
We can't.
make a motion for the.
You can poll first, sure.
That's what, we're going to go
Okay.
ahead and do that.
Okay, I'm sorry, the mics
We make a
weren't on.
majority motion.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, what threw me off was seeing the
Right.
district, and I was interpreting it as the district supervisor would be making a recommendation, and I would support them. So from reading the applications, I like Terry's application.
Thank you, Ms. Fullendorf. Mr. Toffenelli.
Lopes.
I'm a Lopes. Mr. Garamendi.
Lane.
Lane.
Ms. Lane.
Ms. Lane. So we have a 3-2 vote, or poll for Ms. Lane. So I'll entertain a motion with Ms. Lane.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Garamendi, and to include the County of Calaveras application for the Assessment Appeals Board by S. Guy Puccio? Puccio. Okay, thank you, Ms. Callaway. So that is that your motion, Mr. Garamendi?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Toffenelli. All those in favor? Aye. Passes on a 5-0 vote of the board.
Did you do public comment?
Yes, we did early on.
Okay.
So now we'll move on to our final item, last but not least, with, here, let me pull up this one so I read the right thing. Item 23, action item, administrative office, conduct the 4-year 2021-22 county budget hearings and direct staff to return on September 28th, 2021 with the county budget resolutions. Ms. Von Lotta.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Krista Von Lotta from the Administrative Office. I am here to present to you today the recommended budget. As you'll recall, we went through budget hearings back in June and established a preliminary budget at that time. We have since received our final fund balances, additional requested changes that were primarily ministerial in nature, from departments, as well as some adjustments into our A87 internal cost sharing. There are some other additions to the budget that I will highlight. When I mention that the fund balances are in, that's subsequent to the book's closing. So if you'll recall, at the recommended budget discussion, what we have are projections on those fund balances, and when the auditor's office finally closes the books for the fiscal year, then those fund balances cease to be projections and are in fact final fund balances as of a date and time, which is June 30th of the prior fiscal year. And with that, I will go ahead and start the presentation. Okay, so in terms of overview, we'll discuss the overall budget message, the budget landscape, influences on the budget, the revenue snapshot, budget requests, personnel requests, the general fund structural deficit, and recommendations. So the overall budget message for this final budget includes the 5.3% reduction that was made in the prior fiscal year. That was not made to 100% of budget units, as indeed we understood when we got to mid-year last year that there were a few budget units that simply could not withstand that reduction. So that said, most of our budgets were able to withstand it, and in fact also had just additional general fund monies that were not used in the prior fiscal year. For that reason, and for reasons we'll get to later in the presentation regarding the structural deficit, the recommendation is to in fact leave that number that was established last fiscal year in place this fiscal year. So overall, our budget is balanced. Reserves are just below the policy level at 7.6%. I will be recommending at mid-year that we adjust that. It's an amount at approximately $200,000 to get it to our policy level of 8%. The general fund reserve in terms of dollar amount is at approximately $4.2 million. Contingencies are above the board-approved policy level of 2% at 3%, which is approximately $2.3 million. So generally speaking, we have conservative revenue assumptions, and the recommendation is essentially to stay the course, which you may recognize has been the recommendation for our recent budget cycle. In terms of the landscape, so the CARES Act funding that we received last year has now been absorbed due to appropriate expenditures into the countywide budget. So we'll see when we get to certain of our numbers where it'll kind of jump out at us where that $4.6 million, how it affects the budget that is before you today. We will update you as it relates to REM loans, the teeter transfer to balance. This is borrowing from special revenue funds. It is not recommended. It is kind of a short-term fix to a long-term problem. So we'll talk about that more. Increased revenue projections, and we'll talk about that. As you'll recall, we sharply decreased our revenue projections for the prior fiscal year in light of what we were concerned might flow from the COVID pandemic. We did not recognize that decrease in revenues, at least as it relates to some of our general revenues, so we'll have that conversation as well. And then just as a reminder, we don't have any American Rescue Plan Act funding included in this budget other than the revenue that we will receive into a special revenue fund. We will be bringing back that item to have a full conversation with the board in fall of this year, likely late October or the first meeting in November, so that staff can update you in terms of what appropriate uses for those funds might be, and for the board to direct us in terms of next steps with that funding. So what's included here? Part of the 5.3% reduction is in this $2 million, and it's a general reduction in salary savings. We budgeted there as we did last year in order to get the 5% into the budget. We use a specific object code for that. We remind your board and county staff that this is not intended to be a reduction in salaries and benefits. However, even with this reduction in salaries and benefits, we still experienced additional salary savings that we'll talk about in a bit. So it was as reasonable a place to budget for that reduction as any. But again, that reduction could theoretically be made in services and supplies, capital assets, etc. So the general fund balance used to balance was approximately $8.2 million. So if you'll recall, the general fund balance projection at recommended budget was $7 million. That was conservative by design, and we see that that methodology was sound, and we're thrilled to actually close with a higher fund balance than we had projected. The budget includes a teeter transfer to balance of approximately $4 million, including even with that $8.2 million. Again, something we'll discuss when we get to the structural deficit discussion. Contingencies are at 2.3, and again, general fund reserve is at 4.2 million. So we've talked about the fund balance. General revenues overall for this past current year, or fiscal year rather, our general revenues were above the reduced projections. We reduced certain things like TOT, Prop 172, and sales tax heavily, and certain other of our general revenues by a third. That being said, our revenues and general revenues, sales tax, Prop 172, and TOT came in high, in fact higher than the prior fiscal year. In terms of the teeter transfer that we used last year in order to balance the books, we did not need, with the fund balance of $8.2 million, to use any of that budgeted transfer in order to cover our shortfall in terms of revenue as opposed to expenses. So just to refresh on our forecasting policy, there are essentially two kind of opposite ways to do it, and then what this budget is I would say a hybrid. But so the conservative approach is where you're budgeting both your revenues and your expenditures, revenues low, expenditures high, and that's a sound strategy. It works best if you don't have a tight budget like we do and have had. It reduces the likelihood of shortfall, and that's great, but it's also much harder to balance the budget. And so we've taken this approach historically. This is one of the reasons why we use the teeter transfer to balance. For example, if we were more objective than we have been, then what we would be doing is projecting our revenues and expenses exactly, or more or less exactly, where we think they're going to be, which makes it easier to balance, and that's just kind of, common sense on its face. If I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get $4 million in Measure G revenue, but instead of ratcheting down by some reasonable amount just to provide a cushion, whatever that amount I ratchet down by, I've got to find somewhere else, right? And it's the same as it relates to expenses. I can hope that county council is not going to use all of their budgeted professional and specialized services, or same with human resources, but we have certain monies in our budget such that it's a worst case scenario, we hope, and we won't have to go in excess of those. But again, every time we make that recommendation and the board takes that direction, then we need to find a way to backfill those funds that are now allocated from a different source. So this budget, particularly in light of the fact that last fiscal year we had substantially reduced our revenue projections, and many of the general revenues that simply, or I would say the vast majority, did not come to fruition. This year, this is, I would say, a slightly hybrid model, but still far to if we were going to fall to one side of the fence, far more conservative than objective. So unknowns, COVID-19, clearly what's going to happen with the economy in coming years, collective bargaining. As you know, we are in the process of bargaining with our seven bargaining units. American Rescue Plan Act, we are not yet clear on exactly how that might affect our budget, including, and especially, I would say, the general fund, local business impacts, and of course related to COVID, both with respect to recovering from the events of the last 18 months, but then also with a view to what might be coming over the course of the next 6 months to a year. Unemployment, maybe I probably could have taken this one off for us, but it still always remains kind of a concern in the back of my mind. CalPERS unfunded liability, of course, and then, the most, or one of the most concerning of all, the other unknowns, the things that we don't yet know could potentially pose an issue for us. So I'm not going to go through this slide in detail, but this is essentially just as a reminder of what happened in this past fiscal year and what was adopted by the board last September. And these were the 25% reduction to sales and use in Prop 172, 50% reduction in TOT, and then a 33% reduction in certain other general revenues. And those reductions were quite steep, even steeper, because we had gone off the budgeted amounts, not the actual amounts, from fiscal year 2019-20. So what does that mean for what our revenue looks like this year? So our projected revenue increases over last year's final budget are approximately $1.8 million for Measure G, $1.4 million for sales and use taxes, $800,000 for Prop 172, and $1 million for TOT. So what does this mean for the general fund? Upwards of $900,000 and just over $434,000 for each of the CVB and the fire districts, and then also roads and the sheriff's department. That would be in this $871,000 number. So we can
Just to make it clear, that's the number based off of what your recommended budget is right now for this fiscal year. That 435,000.
That is total.
Or 434,873.
For the TOT, that is total. For the Prop 172, fire districts would get $224,000 approximately.
Okay, understood. Just want to make that clear.
Sure. Just to go back and as a note there, if you'll recall, the discussion at the recommended budget hearings was that we would true up the allocation for Prop 172 and for transient occupancy tax for this past fiscal year and include those funds in this current fiscal year budget. So we'll look back. So what we had at the time of recommended budget was were the projections that we kind of had as of a date and time last spring when we were putting that budget together. We were intentionally conservative there because we didn't want to overpromise and underdeliver, so to speak. What happened when we got our final fund balances was that we were able to then true up so that the allocations that are in the budget for Prop 172 and TOT for Prop 172 for the Sheriff's Department and for fire, and then TOT for the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, Sheriff's Department, roads, and fire are all based on prior year actuals as was discussed at that time.
Chris, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I know we trued up because I remember we had the exchange with Mr. Schwartz on this. I don't remember the true-up conversation regarding the CVB. Perhaps other people do, but I don't recall us having that agreement.
I may be not recollecting correctly. I would need to go back and watch the meeting, but I do not recollect receiving direction not to true up all entities.
Well, I remember.
You may well be correct, and I am happy to go back and revisit that meeting.
Here's the thing is,
you're happy to.
From my recollection, if I may, Mr. Garamendi, that we did talk about the fire districts specifically, but we didn't talk about the true-up with the other ones.
Right.
But no one no one said specifically, we're not giving 25% of that total across the board to all those different ones.
but-
We didn't ask for it to
But
be
we
changed.
passed the budget last year, and we all, and no, we didn't all vote on it, but we passed the budget, and with the fire came in and said, hey, you guys passed the budget and at this level, but actually the taxes came in at this, therefore we want to true up to where it was, and we had that conversation, we all agreed. Now, therefore, we did deal with that when we passed the budget, so it wasn't an omission. We didn't add it on. We added this back in for the fire. So I'm not, I mean, just because we didn't deal with it doesn't mean we're going to just say, okay, that was trued up.
That's completely the prerogative of your board. I was looking at our historical 25% split and the allocation that now the budget has been built based on that number of what the revenue was last year. So, but that is completely
And at the time when we had this
prerogative.
conversation, I'm sure Ms. Schwartz remembers this, I was concerned about the precedent this could set time and again. You know, we give CVB or we give fire. Yes, last year was an exceptional year. But if we start doing that, then every time the taxes come in, we're going to be adding into it. I just think it's a bad precedent, because then we're just going to have everybody come up and saying, hey, wait, it didn't true up, true me up. We have to make projections, and people have to work within their budgets.
That is.
Last year, I understand, but we didn't talk about the CVB as far as I recall.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why we're pushing that money over there.
Understood. If this is a further conversation we'd like to have later, we can definitely bring it up.
Well, I guess my question
Mr.
is,
Chairman.
are those CVB numbers in this budget? Do we true up everybody? We trued up the sheriff, we trued up,
Roads, CVB, and fire.
well, yeah, I think we better have that conversation, because I don't remember as a board us approving that.
Right. That's something we can definitely talk about later as a board after the presentation.
Sure.
But we definitely were clear on truing up the fire
Yeah,
districts.
we had a big, long conversation about it.
Yes. All right.
So, yeah, when we get to the conversation, I'd like to bring that back.
Thank you, Ms. Von Lotta. Sorry for taking you so far sideways on that.
My pleasure. So, okay, so this is our revenue, four-year revenue trend. You can see that we are projecting increases in taxes, as we just discussed, increases in licenses, permits, and franchise fees, much of that from building fees. For the most part, we see some differences here, mainly as a result of disaster budgets, and these numbers are more or less flat. Operating transfers in are substantially different due to the fact that we don't have, at this time last year, we were contemplating $4.6 million in CARES Act funding as a transfer in. The fire JPA for $2.6 million as a transfer in, and we also had a substantially smaller teeter transfer to balance. So, oops, I changed the slide by accident. So in any event, that would account for that pretty large gap there. If you look down at the total revenues, here's a great example of a place where you see the CARES Act funding as budgeted, even between that and even with the reduced other taxes, et cetera, we still are seeing a decrease here because that massive $4.6 million is not being counted as revenue or transfer in. So, and again, this is just to show that the lion's share of our taxes come from, or the lion's share of our general fund comes from taxes, operating transfers in, so these are our transfers from special revenue funds, our teeter transfer, et cetera, and then charges for services and our state and federal revenue. So, keeping in mind, again, this would be the four-year expenditure trend. keeping in mind that salaries and employee benefits have $2 million budgeted as salary savings approximately, we still are increasing almost $3 million. This was as a result of natural salary progression, additional positions. Not many were added last year until we, in fact, not any were added this time last year. We did make some additions at recommended budget, and we made some additions at mid-year further to the new JBC contract at the Sheriff's Department. That said, most of this increase here is as a result of natural salary progression. Services and supplies, there's an increase here, and you'll see that there's also a delta, a decrease for other charges. This is almost totally as a result of a difference in budgeting for the Butte Fire PG&E Fund Roads General Fund budget unit, so it's pretty much a wash. Capital assets are down. In terms of actual general fund capital assets, that number is closer to $900,000. As you may recall, we have certain budget units that are actually in the general fund, but where non-general fund monies can be used to procure capital, and that would account for that distinction. And then contingencies are down from last year. We had a much higher contingency last year, in part because of the receipt of the CARES Act funds and setting that aside. As I mentioned earlier, most of that funding has been absorbed into the operating budget for the general fund, and our contingencies at this point are approximately $2.3 million. Overall, we're up about $1.5 million over last year. So in terms of the criteria that we use to make recommendations, when it comes to personnel, fulfilling a mandate, an essential function, generates revenue, or there will be net savings, net zero budget impact, or structural organizational improvements. This is, for example, what we saw with the assessor's office and the administrative office. With respect to CIP, projects previously approved by the board, countywide projects that benefit a substantial portion of county operations, also organizational improvement, so the animal services, district attorney building, et cetera, infrastructure improvements, so our ADA bathrooms, for example, that I think we are all aware are in the process, being completed, at least the first half. Second half to come, health, safety, and well-being. Again, an ADA, many of these overlap, quite frankly, and then legal mandates. So with respect to personnel, I can show you there are positions that are being recommended, none of which are general fund, all of which reside in public health. I can show you that spreadsheet now, or I can show it to you after. I believe you have it. It's 4 positions. These positions are being recommended for a few reasons. First off, public health. I think we recognize, in light of the current circumstances related to COVID, that this is an important area for us to support at this time. They have received additional funding since the time of the recommended budget that was designed to be used on staff. So that's a second reason. And the third reason, just to highlight and remind your board that when now Director Allen first came on board, much of the budget had been crafted and preliminary recommendations made by her staff to her, many of which were taken, not all, at that point, because there simply wasn't time for her to take a step back and get the true lay of the land with respect to her organization. Having had now the benefit of time and the ability to do that, in addition to the additional funding and the COVID landscape, I'm making these recommendations. And when we get to the end of the presentation, I'm happy to pull them up for the public. Capital improvement projects, we have discussed.
Ms. Kelly, do you have something right now? Can you turn your mic, please?
Krista said she was going to discuss these later.
Okay, no problem.
And invite Health and Human Services at that point to give their justification as well.
Those are not general fund positions.
Correct, with new funding attached, yeah. So, in terms of the recommendations, most all of these were already included. There are a few additionals that I will speak to. So the Prop 68 funding that was discussed at recommended budget in the amount of $400,000 is and remains to be budgeted for the projects that have previously been discussed and moved forward by your board. Community organizations includes $50,000, $10,000 per district. And I remind your board that public benefit findings may need to be made depending on the entity to which and the use of, requested use of those funds. And so I'm intending to bring a semi-regular agenda item to board and will ask for any requests that might fall into that category. I'll bring the first item I anticipate in October. So to the extent that any of you have requests that you think may require a public benefit finding, please err on the side of caution. Put them in front of me and I will review those requests with council and we will get an agenda item on the agenda so that the board can make those determinations when need be. The administrative office, while in the facilities budget, is requesting an additional $50,000 for an as-needed contract for project management services. This is further to our not a direct recommendation of, but we know that we have an ad hoc committee that's charged with moving forward animal services, with moving forward on jail projects. We know that we have a district attorney building that, to the extent that we can, we need to be laying the groundwork so that we can move forward when the time comes with that project. And so it is my recommendation that we that we have those funds allocated on an as-needed basis should we need them. Should we not need them, then clearly we won't. Also, in that vein, as I've discussed with your board on several occasions, strategic planning consultant, again, I've got a preliminary estimate there and reasonable assurances that that contract was not expected to exceed $35,000 to $40,000. I will ask for $50,000. I do ask for $50,000 as needed so that we have an additional cushion. I wish to let you all know, were it to come to my attention that this contract may need to be in excess of this, then I would be bringing it back to your board, for the authority to amend the contract, and also for potentially, if I couldn't figure out how to absorb it, perhaps some additional appropriations. But as I stated, at this point, I have reasonable assurances that contract is not expected to exceed $40,000 and certainly not $50,000. So were that to change, then clearly I would come back to your board and have a conversation with you at that time. So at this point, I've got two additional things to address. First, there's an issue that we have with the San Andreas Rec and Parks regarding infrastructure, and I'll defer to Supervisor Toffanelli to discuss that. And I also believe that Supervisor Stopper may want to interject here as well. And with that, Supervisor Toffanelli.
You want to talk about this now? Okay. There's an ongoing problem and has been for a while up at the park just above Cross Mountain Ranch Road here, Canones Park. Within that park, there's a cistern, a concrete cistern, which is a big concrete, elevated concrete structure that has been there. The best guesstimates I'm hearing is 120 years, over 100 years. And it holds the water that is used for the park to irrigate. And it has been repaired. There's an estimate for repair right now because it needs repair. It's just leaking, it's cracking. And there's, Patrick got some, and the San Andreas Park and Rec District got some estimates on the repairs that would cost right now. And if I'm not mistaken, if I remember, Krista, it was around $15,000 that need to be used right now to fix it so it doesn't fall apart and break. They need to drain it, go inside, patch it, repair it. It holds a great amount of water, several thousand gallons of water, in the neighborhood of about 15,000. And in addition to those repairs, over the course of the next 5 years, it's projected that it's going to cost several $1,000s to maintain it. So we're talking in the neighborhood of around $25,000, $30,000 over the course of the next 5 years. So this thing doesn't fall apart. Water rushes down. It's right above the senior center, rushes down, floods out the senior center, and then goes on down to the Master Gardens area down here. The amount of water that would come out of it as it broke. And I went out personally and looked at it with Patrick and Kathy Galino. And it's something that it's historically, I think we need to preserve it. But realistically now, I think we need to move on from it. I think what we need to do, and we got some estimates from Patrick, to put some plastic, 5,000 gallon plastic above ground storage tanks in the system to tie into the existing irrigation that we have out there, to bring us up to date and not have to spend continuing costs on repairing something that initially at some point is not going to work. So his estimates for 3 5,000 gallon tanks and above ground and what we need to hook into it is around $27,000, $28,000. In addition to that, on this piece of property, there's what they call a plug ugly mine. The name of it was Plug Ugly Mine. Where that came from, I have no idea. But if Marita was on the board back in 2009 or 10, and she may recall that one of the ball diamonds out there, Little League diamond, wasn't the Calaveras High School diamond. They used that diamond. It was another diamond that collapsed, and the county was on the hook to repair it. That was part of one of the shafts, not vertical, but horizontal shafts of this mine. And it collapsed, and it cost us, I don't know how much money, I remember at the time it was about $20,000 to repair that out there. There's a couple of other shafts that go out that there's some concerns on, but the main concern is that this is, you access the mine itself just above where Senior Center is, behind Senior Center, but just about even where it's at. And the only thing covering it right now is a fallen down cyclone fence that trees have grown through and knocked down. And there's a metal door that anybody could just cut the lock, open up, and crawl in. And the concerns here are kids exploring, wanting to get in there, something happens, we have a major disaster we're on the hook for. So what we're proposing to do is permanently seal that with concrete, and we can still have signs up. There's a sign that says this historically is a Plug Ugly mine and so forth, and we can still maintain that historically, but we're trying to get to the point where it can't be accessed by people, and we have a disaster where we lose kids that are exploring and decide to crawl in there and do what they want. So So we're asking for some money to put the fence up around it and make it a permanent fence, much like what it's not now, and some money to whatever it needs to seal it off. So it's not a liability to the county. Both these things are liabilities right now to us that look like it could be at any time on the cistern, that it needs immediate attention of about 15 grand, and it could be more once they get in there, just to bring it up to where it's not going to collapse on itself. So we're looking for about $45,000 for these costs and to pull the county out of liability. These are items, we do have a contract with San Andreas Park and Rec District, but these are infrastructure problems that on county property that need to be addressed. And they're pretty immediate. That's about it.
Should I pull the board in interest?
Hang on a second. You just threw me off on the CVB, because I want to talk about that. Gary updated, but we're going to dig in.
So,
Right, no, okay, so we'll bring that back, right?
I think absolutely we
Right,
bring
no,
that
okay,
back.
no,
I
good
just,
call.
this is the,
I think Jack's right. We need to bring it back when we start discussing it, but I wanted to explain to you what was going on to it right now, so we have the idea.
Absolutely, I understand that. And good point, Mr. Dermody, I appreciate it. Shall I bring up my issue now?
indeed or wait. This was simply the part of the presentation where...
I'll keep mine short and sweet. I have an issue that has more so culminated in District 5 in the last few months since preliminary budget. That's why I'm bringing it up now. We've had multiple fires on the sides of Rock Creek Road, and also there's multiple organizations, not on the sides of Rock Creek Road, but Milton Road and other areas heading down Highway 26 to our landfill. And also, there's multiple organizations, Calaveras Consolidated and Good Samaritan Church, that take care of picking up a lot of the trash that comes out of vehicles and such going down to our landfill on both sides. And with that, I don't have a big ask, but a lot of people in my community have reached out to me with their concerns about not just the fires, but the trash. And I've come up with a possible solution to get the gel crew out, sometimes through the sheriff at a low cost to the county. And I'm not asking for more than $10,000 to be able to facilitate that through the proper channels to help out clearing the road farther to the sides, where we all our traffic from the whole county funnels down going to Rock Creek. So for further mitigation during the spring for fires, and whatever's left over after that to help work on picking up the trash. We've multiple times reached out to the Highway Patrol, and that's our best way of helping mitigate it legally, but they're stretched thin as our sheriff's department is across the county with how many people they have on patrol, which is only a temporary solution. When we do get them down there, people are like, uh-oh, I'm getting tickets for not tarping my load, or I'm dragging chains, you know. That only works for a little while, and then people go back to their regular actions, you know, that cause issues. So I'm asking for $10,000, an amount of not to exceed $10,000 to help mitigate these issues, where the whole county's traffic funnels down to Rock Creek. To help resolve these issues. And that's all I'm asking for my district at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something here? We generally, since we're on this point of recommendations, and we can talk about this, but I want to talk about it when we get to the point. Generally, we've been putting $20,000 in the budget to be utilized to clean Cosco Creek And there's been a number of people that, we've got $245,000 for snow plows coming up here, Marita.
Microphones, please.
The issue is,
I mean, I just have to
go ahead.
laugh because we've been dealing with Cosgrove Creek and we did studies and and we're still talking about Cosgrove Creek. It's not that I begrudge it, I can't believe it's still a huge issue.
Well,
After
because of
all
what
the
happened,
work.
And I think it falls back to what happened in 2009, 10, 11, when the economy fell apart and we couldn't finish with the Corps of Engineers and so forth. But what the issue is there's a number of trees that have fallen over into the creek that normally we don't take care of. We just remove vegetation and small trees that are 4 inches in diameter or less. But at this time, there's a number of trees that have fallen directly into the creek, so we can clean all the vegetation that we want. But if we don't clean those trees, it's not going to do any good. So I'm asking for some additional money because normally we come close to that $20,000. Some additional, maybe another $10,000 to be able to get rid of those trees and possibly move on across Vista del Lago into Ben's district for some of that vegetation removal going down. So I don't know how you feel, Ben, but I thought we need to bring this up because it is a bigger issue this year than normal years that we've been doing this.
Absolutely, Mr. Toffman, I agree. And we can bring that up later.
Yeah, I mean, are we going to start putting our wish lists forward now and guideline the money? I thought we just did that in June.
Well, mine's more so culminated since then, and no argument there. So my wish list wasn't ready when yours was. But it's okay. We can have that discussion.
When we get back to TRT, I'll find you the money.
We'll see how that goes.
I mean, the same issue that Gary talked about with Cosgrove, we're having it at Murphy's Creek, and we are trying to work with having the CCC help us because we have logs across the creek, and the creek will be shut down in November, and trying to find revenues to help us. I mean, the same scenario. It's,
Mr. Chair, we're getting close to 12:30 here.
Yes.
You think we should take a break at 12:30 and for lunch?
Are you fire guys going to be okay with that? Coming back after lunch? I hope so, because it's not a vote right now, Mr. DeLorto, as you well know, but I'm staying solid on my word. That said, Toffnelli's got a good point. Shall we move forward with your presentation and and we have staff, but we won't have time for that before 12:30. So.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm going to move past the debt service slide unless anyone here specifically would like me to review it. Okay, so Teeter, our fund balance came in at $7.4 million as of June 30th. We have budgeted, as we typically do, a $500,000 contribution to the general fund. I mentioned the approximately $4 million that we've used to close the budget gap, and approximately $2.5 million is budgeted for projects. We have included a conservative, we believe conservative revenue assumption of $800,000. This past year, we budgeted for $800,000 for revenue and came in at a little over $1.1 million. So with that, were all of these transactions to be affected, which we certainly do not anticipate, particularly this one, we would have an ending fund balance at June 30, 2022 of approximately $1.2 million.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Callaway.
Are you saying the budget transfers of the 4 million and 2 million will be needed from Teeter to balance the budget? I mean, I'm not clear on that, Ms.
So-
Bonlava.
The 4 million is being used to balance the budget. Like this year, we certainly hope that that transfer won't need to be made in order to close the books, but it is budgeted, so theoretically, if our revenues were to go off of a cliff and we were not to curtail our expenses, then yes, we would potentially need that in order to close the books this current fiscal year. The 2.5 million is for actual projects and other work. And the $500,000 is the general 500,000 that we include in our general revenues.
So if we approve the budget as presented, we need 4 million from Teeter to balance it. Is that?
Yes, I note that that number is down from some prior years. At one point, it was 5.7 million. So
It's up from last year.
So it's down, I think it's down from last year. We'll get to that slide here in about a minute when we talk about the structural deficit.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
That's next.
Yeah, here we go. So this slide is a little difficult to read, but so we've talked about the $8.2 million fund balance that we had, and we know that that is in part because of our reduced revenue projections and in part because of the CARES Act funding. So it's up dramatically from what it was in the prior fiscal year of 2.2 million, which is what we were talking about as of this time last year. So our general fund contingencies are actually down despite that increase in fund balance, and we'll see why when we get to the next slide. In addition, I really wish to highlight, despite this dramatic increase that we've seen between this past fiscal year and the prior fiscal year, generally our fund balance is heading in the wrong direction. So it was down in 1920 over the prior year by 3.3 million from 6.5 million. So, it's not headed in the right direction, typically. And again, we'll see that when we get to the next slide. So for 1920, we needed a teeter transfer to balance of 5.7 million. For last year, we needed a teeter transfer to balance of 7 million. This year, we're using a teeter transfer to balance of 4 million. In no case did we actually use any of those funds to balance the budget when we got to the end of the fiscal year, but it is a substantial outage. It is not structurally sound to do this. It is also a side effect of a staunchly, or certainly what has historically been a very conservative budget for the most part. And then let's keep in mind that we're also rebudgeting what was 1.85 million, but this year is $2 million in salary savings in order to close the books, or to balance the budget, rather. So when we look at that year over year and what that means, so we can come back to what are our revenues, what are our expenses. So as we know, it is the law, we have to have a balanced budget. And so revenues, by definition, need to equal expenses. So, and we have had, and if you look, you'll see here our budget has steadily increased over time, as one would expect for the most part. So, but it's not real to look at these revenues and think, so, oh, we're fine, our revenues equal our expenses, because that's not what's actually happening here. The expenses are what they are, but the revenues are, some of it appear, or they are artificially inflated. So in order to really get to the number of what our revenue is, and this could be far more granular, but just taking out the things that we know that we're doing. So we know that we're using up our fund balance. So if you take from the revenue, and we can go back here to 18-19 when we had almost a $10 million fund balance, when we take that fund balance out, we do that because that fund balance isn't actually revenue. It is certainly money that we can spend, and it is your board's prerogative to determine how that is done. But theoretically, if our revenues matched our expenditures, then the fund balance could be used for things like an animal shelter, DA building, etc. So that not being the case, we take out what our fund balance is so that we don't warp the revenue picture when we look at it. The next thing that we do, and again, because of the strong fund balance that we had back in 18-19, we did not need to use a teeter transfer to balance. We were able to do it alone or on our own with simply the general fund with the general fund balance. So, and likewise, there was no general reserves transfer, either positive or negative. We would take that out as we did for last year, and we'll get to that. So contingencies were strong this year, almost 3.9 million. So the total deficit was almost $6 million, putting our revenues at about $65 million for that year. I won't go through that exact same analysis for 1920, but again, you can see that our revenues did in fact decrease in 1920. We had a lower contingency. We had a lower fund balance, and when I talk about the historical reduction in fund balance, you can see it quite clearly here. We went from 9.7 to 6.5 to 2.2. So year over year drops in the 3 million plus range, 3 to 4 million range. And then CARES Act reduced projections. This past fiscal year, I posit, is an anomaly, essentially. And while we do have some changes in our revenue picture as it relates to Measure G and other things, it may well correct and go back in this direction where we're losing off of our fund balance each year. And in fact, we've used 100% of this fund balance in order to balance the budget, as well as a teeter transfer. So for this year, starting with the apparently balanced budget just shy of 80 million, if we take out our fund balance and then we take out the teeter transfer, we add back in, of course, our contingencies because those are reflected as an expense. And so we add those back in such that it doesn't appear as if we don't want to warp the perception. At the same time, we're still sitting at almost a $10 million deficit, and our actual revenue, after we account for these things, is sitting at about $70 million. So upside down by approximately 10. That is when we talk about, at a very high level, the structural deficit, what I'm talking about. And the reason why we should be concerned is that, while we've been fortunate in the past, something may happen. Like we, so far have been able to weather the storm of COVID to date, but one of these days we may well need to use that teeter transfer to balance, and when we do, then we'll be looking at making some other choices. I'd rather get out in front of that at some point. I think this is something that we should be working on. It's certainly a conversation that we should be having in connection with developing our strategic plan and addressing this as we move forward together. So again, we're very near the end here, and so in the interest of time, unless someone would like to discuss it, we could certainly go through talking about ways to increase revenue. We know that we're working with the assessor's office and addressing the assessment role. There are certainly other things that we could do. We could increase taxes, expand cannabis, etc. We do have things like the TOT methodology that's already come up today that we can revisit, as well as county contributions and some of our non-mandated services, as well as, worst case scenario at some point, looking at some type of staff-related reductions. That said, unless anyone would like to dive into those options further or make any suggestions, I wish to thank your board, the auditor, controller, and her staff have been, as always, excellent partners with us through this process, as has IT. The administrative office staff has worked incredibly hard, along with all of our colleagues, in order to get this budget done, especially in the face of what has been a challenging year. So, human resources, of course, and last but absolutely not least, all of our colleagues and department heads, fiscal staff, and others who collaboratively worked together, did their best to do as requested in the budget instructions and present this budget for you today.
Thank you, Ms. Von Lotta. I think we can do a deep dive after lunch into issues if supervisors want to bring something up. Is there something you want to talk about prior, Ms. Callaway?
I just want to comment on structural deficit. Ever since I've been a supervisor, we've used those words every budget year. And I think almost every county in the state of California is listening to their CAOs at budget time and hearing the same scenario that you've mentioned. There is not the political will to eliminate a structural deficit. And the only way to do it is to cut. I mean, doing sales tax increase to voters, we'd all be recalled. Fee studies, we have to do a fee study every time we increase fees anyway. And we can't just rely on cannabis. We have to cut substantially services, and we'd have to live by it. So for me, having things like a teeter is okay to use a teeter. It's okay to use some of the funds that you mentioned, as long as it doesn't get so far ahead of us, like we had when the recession hit and we were cutting positions. And unless we want to do that as a board, then my feeling is we're going to live with a structural deficit, and I'm not going to wring my hands about it. I mean, it's prudent that you bring it to us, but unless we say, well, we're going to cut 25% of the services or the staff that the county offers, which we're not going to do, I don't think it's unhealthy to do what it is that we're doing. That's more of an editorial comment on my part. Thank you, Ms.
Understood, and thank you, Supervisor Callaway. And, specifically to your point related to teeter, teeter is interesting because it is both an ongoing funding stream and a general fund funding stream. It is within your board's discretion to spend those funds however it so chooses. We know that there is history there in terms of how it was originally set up, but it is completely within your discretion to allocate those funds as you see fit, and understood. And it is also my obligation to remember to keep this front and forward in our thinking so that we can keep these principles in mind as we move forward.
Mr. Toffnelli.
Yeah, well, just to the point of the structural deficit, and I had a conversation earlier with Krista in her office about the structural deficit. And my question to her at that time was, okay, it's structural to our budget, but how much of that deficit is one-time costs versus ongoing costs? So she says she's going to look at that and get back to me, but I'm interested because to me a total structural deficit is not one-time costs. It may be a deficit to the budget, but it's not structural. When you talk about structural, it's ongoing costs that you have, that you've done. That makes it a structural deficit. The other ones, if they're just one-time costs, you're done with it. It's one and done. But structurally, you're building in a structural ongoing cost. That's the problem.
I completely concurred, as we discussed this morning, and as I mentioned earlier, this could be far more granular of a calculation, and I will present that to you at some point, I hope in the near future. But yeah, I mean, for example, capital's about $1 million, so that's what we've got, 900,000 or so in the general fund for capital for this year. But there are certainly other one-time costs that we could strip out, and that is, in fact, transfers, one-time costs. But we've got to be thoughtful about that. You know, let's use the example of the Sheriff's Department, and that this board typically will allocate funding for 4 vehicles, 4 fully outfitted vehicles in each budget cycle. So there's a decision. Is that an ongoing cost, or is that a one-time cost? Technically, it's a one-time cost, but it doesn't function that way in our budget. So it's a little bit easier said than done. But yes, we will certainly be bringing that to you.
Yeah, I was just going to echo what Gary said, because I think sometimes we use structural deficit a little too liberally. It's not really a structural deficit, in my opinion. I actually think it's a pretty good, solid budget. But if we want to start about talking cuts, I'm wide open after lunch, guys. I can find us lots of money.
Hey, let's take lunch.
Okay. Food will help.
Sorry about that.
I'm going to go for treats and have a big pair of scissors and give them to the yak. What is that? I don't think I've seen that. It's a virtual vortex. There you go.
It's like a camera right on the screen.
Was this the trash site we were on? Mm-hmm. Was it going to run itself? I need to call Cody. Are you okay? We're not hot. No, I don't. What's on camera?
Oh,
Okay, there we go.
is your screen sharing?
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Who's typing? No, that's okay. That's good.
This never happened in the Robin case.
Oh, she will be happy to hear that. I'm glad you said that.
Wow.
Stacy, I'm Katie, Stacy. You're awesome. You do a great job. You're awesome.
I just want everyone to know that Stacy is awesome. Our board clerk today does a phenomenal job.
She does. I agree.
So our public announcement for the day is over. We'll return to the budget. Ms. Von Lotta, we left off with you closing the your presentation. There's a few things the board members have brought up, but I'll let you carry this conversation from the beginning and see how, as you see fit, and we'll open it to board member after what? Do we want to move on with staff? Any staff?
There are no presentations were requested.
Right.
So although I note that many, if not all of our department heads are online, should your board have any questions to which we shall request information for which.
Okay. I'm going to message the fire chiefs just to make sure that they know we're in session, but that brings it back up. Mr. Garamendi had multiple questions that he had brought up as to the TOT, and so we'll move straight to that conversation. unless someone else has another suggestion on where to go.
Well, if we could, we usually have on the board the requests, so we can look at them and decide if there's any of them we want to pull out or disagree or talk about or whatever. So it'd be kind of nice if we had somewhat of a list.
We had an Excel sheet or something in past years when we started discussing amounts and how much that would add or add to revenue or let's say cost.
Yeah, so not as it relates to what's already in the budget, but as to adjustments. I have a spreadsheet ready to go should your board determine to make adjustments to the budget as presented.
Okay.
Perfect. I think that's where we should start.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's not a list of changes from recommended budget to this. It's a blank sheet that is for you to tell me how you want it modified. One thing I do want to mention, just because I'm afraid I'll forget it, and I neglected to mention it during the presentation, but the update on the REM loans is that as of the end, as of June 30th of this past fiscal year, we were at about $3 million, projected as about $6 million. The upside is that those projects are expected primarily to be finished in this current year or early next year. So we will be budgeting revenue as an offset to those loans. And you will see an agenda item increasing the loan threshold this fall that the Administrative Office and Public Works will be working on together to bring to you. So just an update there. So would you like me to bring up the Excel spreadsheet with nothing on it?
Yeah, I guess, we did talk about a few things, but we need to check with all the board members to see if there's any changes or anything that they were recommending to the budget before we start moving forward with the ones that we've already talked about. Ms. Callaway, was there any suggested changes you had in mind for the budget?
On the position control list, Ms. Von Lada, for Health and Human Services, an epidemiologist. All the epidemiologists I know are PhDs or MDs, and I don't know how you'd find an epidemiologist at that rate of pay, unless that's like for half an hour.
So I defer to Health and Human Services, although I will note that and I don't know for sure whether this is a merit position or not, but certain of the job descriptions are different for county government and from one local government to another in terms of what the minimum qualifications are. So I'll note, for example, social worker positions in this county do not require a master's of an MSW or a master's of social work. A bachelorette is sufficient to meet the NQs for a social worker 1. So my expectation is that this job description is similar to that. I don't know what the likelihood is that we can fill it. If Ms. Allen has anything to interject here, I invite her to do so.
Thank you. Corey Allen here, Health and Human Services Agency. I do want to concur with what Ms. Von Lada is saying. It is not a merit system, however, it is something that is going to be held as a county position, and it just simply won't be at a doctorate level. So yes, Supervisor Callaway, you are correct. But if we can get someone that can come in and help us in really analyzing data at that lower level of epidemiology, we certainly would like to see that. We do have Colleen Rodriguez, our Deputy Director with Public Health, who can provide more insight into that, should you desire.
I guess if the goal is to do an analysis of cases as we've discussed in the past, then we would need somebody at a higher skill level than somebody who has just a bachelor's.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Hi, this is Colleen Rodriguez, the Deputy Director of Public Health. So while I appreciate in a perfect world we would have a DRPH to fill the epidemiologist position, there are people who get bachelor's degrees and actually get master's in public health degrees that are specifically in epidemiology. Those would be the folks that we would be hoping to get. I think getting a DRPH in Calaveras County would be very, very difficult. We have a hard enough time getting master's level folks now. But again, the reason why we made that so a little bit more a wider net was because for two reasons. One, we were really hoping to get folks who are passionate about epidemiology but who also understand rural communities, because for us, just to have someone who is going to crunch numbers isn't as helpful for us as someone who understands the context in which those numbers are based. And so there's other health departments throughout the state right now. Everyone is challenged in getting epidemiologists. If anybody wants a job, go to school and become an epidemiologist. But so our attempt at doing bachelor's and master's level is that we will be able to get folks to come in and start doing that work. I also think it's important to understand that for epidemiology, it's a complicated science, and that's why we will be looking for people who specifically majored in that, whether in their bachelor's and master's or just their bachelor's level. It also involves a lot of software and a lot of calculations and a lot of things that, again, it would be ideal to have a DRPH level, but at this point we do not feel that that's necessary.
Okay, so given that we're not looking for that level, we're looking for somebody with a master's, is that really the right salary range? Because you're right, everybody wants an epidemiologist now. I leave it to you, but it didn't seem like the compensation didn't seem appropriate to the skills that we were looking for, that it should be higher. But
so I'm so sorry to interrupt. So Supervisor Calloway, I really appreciate you bringing that up. We did a lot of research in other rural communities and found that this was comparable. It's also comparable to what our health education specialists receive, and our health ed specialists are required to have a master's degree in public health. And so that's what we would ideally be looking for, would be an MPH level person who has specific training in epidemiology, and so it is comparable to what we're paying master's level folks at this time.
I also want to add, Supervisor Calloway, that we did use 10 of our SEIU counties to compare that wage salary data.
all right, thank you.
Was there anything further that you wanted to discuss, Ms. Calloway?
No, just in relation to some things that you all had talked about, and when we discuss your issues, I can bring them up.
Okay. Mr. Garamendi, was there anything further than the TOT?
No, but I think if we talk about the TOT... Microphone. Sorry. No, Mr. Chair, but I think if we talk about TOT, we can maybe solve some of the... Without turning the whole budget upside down, we could talk about some of the needs that you and Supervisor Toffanelli have expressed. I just want to be clear. I wanted to clarify what we talked about before lunch. Last year in the 2020-2021 budget, we gave CVB, we budgeted $186,000 for them. When we did the true up with the fire department, we took their whatever $186,000, and then we made them whole with what we actually brought in. So we based that, for example, if the tax revenue came in proper, that they were supposed to get $400,000 or so, we made up that delta, correct? That's what we agreed to? Because I'm trying to go back in time, figure out what we agreed to exactly.
My understanding, and I think we're both saying the same thing, it was the board direction at that point was that once the recommendation made at that point was based on the numbers that we essentially had then, was what we would budget for this current year, and when the books closed on June 30th and that number was final, then we would adjust it based on what the actuals were for FY 2021, so that the budget for FY 21-22 is now last year's actuals. Of course, there's inherent risk in that system, but in any event, we discussed that back at recommended.
So we added about $250,000 to fire.
And the Sheriff's Department and roads and CVB.
Right, and 25%. So did we add?
Sorry, Public Works roads.
Did we give CVB, that's $250,000?
Last year?
In addition to the 186 last year?
No, we didn't give anyone any addition.
So we didn't true them up?
We didn't, all four entities or groups received $186,913,000 for last year.
Right. But
So the true-up hasn't happened yet.
Correct.
True-up hasn't happened.
It's only the budgeted true-up based on what happened between, say, the beginning of May and the end of June.
Because what I thought we were doing with fire was we would be taking that number from June 30th and then, saying, okay, that was, we owe you $250,000. And I thought that's what fire was asking for when they came up with the true-up.
That's my understanding too.
So
we agreed to that.
That was my understanding with Mr. Swartz when we went back and forth a couple times.
Maybe we're saying the same thing two different ways, or maybe I'm not understanding you, but my clear understanding of what was decided at that time is that the current year's budget would be based on looking back at the actuals for last year.
Right.
And that the true-up accounts for what happened when we were making projections and when it became no longer a projection. So now that we know that it's no longer a projection, if you divide last year's TOT by 4, you get to the $435,000 number. And then that is what is budgeted for them this year. And the reason for that is because, if you'll recall, we received strenuous comment with respect to the fact that it's very difficult to budget when you don't know what the number is. And so the question then, and the concerns that I posed to the board were, then we're taking some risk here, because what happens if this year TOT really does take a 50% dive? And regardless, my understanding, and in part, a large part, because of the arguments we heard regarding the uncertainty in these numbers and these entities needing to be able to rely on the budget that your board approves and not have uncertainty there, that a look back on the prior fiscal year was what was advisable. Now, you're certainly welcome. Perhaps I misunderstood, and if so, I apologize. I feel pretty firm, and I know that I've had correspondence with one particular chief on multiple occasions regarding this issue, so that was certainly my understanding of direction. That said, it's your board's decision to change that or to correct me if I'm wrong.
When we were doing this, I gather your points, because those are the points I was making. That I remember we had to exchange with Mr. Swartz. I said we're not going to do this every year, and we knew that this was a one-time. We had a couple exchanges on it. But I assumed that that's what the true-up meant.
Out of a matter of functionality, I understood the way she's doing it, because she at one point said we won't have the actuals until after that July 1st date.
Right.
So the true-up can't really happen until we have those actuals, which we're coming into right now and making our final decision.
Right.
So I understand what they were asking for. At the same time, in all functionality, we can't give a real number until we have those actuals.
Okay, here's the situation. This is the current year's budget. Okay, they're missing out on money that should have been distributed to them from last year. Not this year's budget, but last year. There's $250,000 that we said we would give them when we drew up with those numbers. And I think that's what Jack's saying. That was my understanding.
Perhaps
not
we
put it in our budget this year. I mean, we can put whatever we want in our budget this year for TOT and what our expectations are, but they're missing out on what we told them from last year we were going to true up.
I
beg to differ.
We brought it over from last year.
You carried it over.
We carried it over from last year. That's what we decided at the last
We
meeting.
we carried the dollars over, yes, into our general fund. But I thought that whole I might be totally off, but I assumed that that's what we had agreed to.
So, I mean, the theory and what I posited to the board at that time and what I understood, and I apologize sincerely if I got it wrong, but the theory was, and the reason why I know about the risk inherent in it, is that this look-back method might put us in the trick bag in an out year. So,
Exactly.
but the point is that what I brought forward and recommended was that until your board decides to do it differently, that we do budget based on prior year's actuals, because then we know for sure each fiscal year what the 25% allocation, if that's what your board chooses to do, is going to be.
And I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
And that was the point I was making when we were arguing. And that's why we made a point that this was a one-off. If I'm off, I mean, we could check the notes or we could re-vote or something, but
I'm happy to do
I was not
clearly
comfortable
whatever
making
your
that
board
choice, and we
directs.
did it.
We're gonna put a budget together, and let's just take TOT. When you put budget together, you go back for the last 4 years in order to do your projections for this year, because right now, most of all of this is a projection. So we would have done that the same way with this current budget with TOT. Oh, last year we brought in 1.7 million. We only budgeted 785,000. So we're going to budget this year off of that 1.7 and maybe part of the year before. So what's that got to do with truing up from last year? And I'm with Jack on the conversation about truing them up from what they didn't get last year, not in the budget this year. So what you're telling me, we're going to go back to in 22-23, back to $186,000 to them, because we're truing up during the whole year for a budget, for this year's budget.
I'm not sure
Well, I think we also need to remember too, we made that decision based on a strategic plan too. That we were gonna true up this year, and then next year we were going with the strategic plan to make the decision, so we weren't having this discussion continuously year after year after year. And that's why at least I supported the one true up, was because knowing that there could be a risk that there are going to be other priorities that the county is going to have to come up with, i.e. the animal shelter, the DA's office, and we cannot commit to that. But if we have a guarantee from the previous year, at least to look at, so they have numbers to use for their respective districts, and then we would relook at it at the end of the year. But, I mean,
Well, I mean, that's just good logic. You want to base upon your past performance for budgeting. I'm on board with all that, because I think that's just smart. I think I'm just confused because that's just baseline budgeting. I think true up meant something else. Now, if there's 3 votes here that says that that's not the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I can move on to my next item.
I'm in favor. I thought exactly what Jack was saying. We were going to true up. When we got the final numbers, whatever we didn't disperse last year at 25%, then we would total up 25% of the total number of what we brought in and true up to them. Not carry it over into a budget this year, because if we pull in 1.7 this year, this is the true budget for 1.7 that we brought in last year, there's no true up.
But that's not, so that's kind of my point about the risk, just to take a step back, is that my understanding is that we would be giving the $435,000 from the general fund whether we receive the TOT or not in this current fiscal year. And then if the board were, for the sake of argument, and I understand well that this may change, but to leave that same methodology in place, then this time next year, we would be having the conversation about, oopsie daisy, we thought we were going to get $3.3 million in TOT, but we only ended up getting 1.5 in that case, and with a view towards our partners being able to budget based on what they can expect, not what might happen, then we would be budgeting this time next year for a 25% share of the 1.5 million that actually happened in this current fiscal year. So a one-year look back as opposed to, I mean, again, it's completely for your board to direct me, and we are happy to take this any way you'd like. That said, that was the thinking, and
Mr. Chair, Joe's here. Maybe Carrie and I are wrong. And I think, no? Joe is chair's.
The way I understood it and the way we left it when I was here is that this would be a one-time only true-up for last year. We'd each get an additional 22,000 or something in that neighborhood, and that was it. And then for this year and going forward, based on whatever was collected last year, that would be the budget for this year. But there's no true-up for this year. If the money comes in, great. If more comes in, excellent. If less comes in, we have to eat it. And all of the chiefs agreed to that. Because that was the crux of our argument. But this true-up was a one-time only for last year.
Joel, I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
Because I don't disagree with that's what we decided to do.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but I agree.
Thank you.
My next question, my next question is, with the CDB.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Garamini, can you turn on your mic? Thank you.
Sorry about that, Ms. Edwards. The CVB, we give them a blank check for this upcoming year for $435,000. I've asked for this for 5 years, and I've never seen a budget. We give them a blank check. They've been good. Martin runs a heck of a program. He does a great job, and he's been good enough to send checks back to the county. So it seems like maybe we ought to have a little bit, maybe we ought to evaluate why we're just doing a blank 25% rather than based upon what he might actually need. Because obviously we have other needs for the money, including fixing water tanks and picking up garbage. So what about that?
that's for your board to direct. What we allocated for the Visitors Bureau was about $187,000 last year, just as with County Fire, Roads, and the Sheriff's Department, as we have discussed. I have a budget in front of me for this current fiscal year where the Visitors Bureau will expend approximately $300,000 plus an additional, $300,000 in marketing alone. Basic overhead in terms of maintenance and whatnot at about $50,000. I note that they are open 7 days a week, that they are hugely, they cut their budget last year and they went in with Angels Camp Museum in order to reduce some of their overhead in light of what they knew was going to be reduced expenses during COVID. In addition, just in case anyone is confused, by far tourism is the #1 industry in Calaveras County, so it's kind of difficult to predict what a reduction in this budget unit might relate to. It's certainly beyond the scope of anything I could argue for you one way or the other here. I'm just merely passing along what I understand to be.
But you have a budget from them asking for roughly $350,000, and we're sending them $435,000.
That's because they have staff and other costs as well.
But I thought you said the budget was...
No, the overall budget is $700 and something thousand.
I'm just not comfortable giving a blank check and saying do good things.
Again, completely for your board to direct in terms of how we allocate those funds.
Ms. Von Landa, did you say we gave them $186,000? And Mr. Garamendi's saying we gave them $435.
435 is this year's budget for them.
Based on everybody getting $435.
Yes.
Correct.
I think the agreement was that it's the Visitors Bureau that really markets the county, and they did a superb job during this past year on how they marketed the county. They changed the strategy based on COVID, and they reach out. I don't think we should be cutting the agreement of whatever, one quarter. I don't think that's fair to them. It would be like saying to the fire departments, well, we want to know what you're doing, and why is buying a hose, well, it is more important than marketing the county that brings in the revenue for an industry that really is a big supporter of the county. I don't think we should be treating them any differently.
I'm not arguing anything about the quality of the work. I think Martin and his team do a fabulous job. I'm just, these firemen out here are all governed by public agency boards, so we can see everything that they've got. The CVB is not a public agency, it is a nonprofit. I just think that it'd be better if we had a budget from them and then we gave them what they needed rather than have them send us back refunds for what they don't spend. Obviously, we have lots of needs.
If I may, it's an issue I'm torn on. I think we bear a responsibility because, it wasn't necessarily put on the ballot like that, but this was sold as something that would go 4 ways evenly when it was originally sold, whether that was what was on the ballot or not.
I invite county council to jump in here.
It
is general fund revenue. I mean,
Right,
you
it's
can't
general
change the
fund, that's
nature
what
of
I'm
that.
saying, is it wasn't put on as a special tax. But when people went out to the communities selling this, people were saying, our intentions is to give 25% 4 different ways, whether that's what was on the ballot or not. So, that beside itself, that's my understanding. We somewhat bear a little bit of a responsibility to that. But as to say, last year they did a great job marketing. They did it on $187,000, and you know what? TOT went up. So
That doesn't-
That's not their whole budget.
right. Well, no, that was last year. They were budgeted $187,000. Is that correct?
From us. But
Right.
That wasn't their total.
Right.
That's not their total
Right, but
revenue source.
It's the
Has
primary.
CVB ever come to the county just to give a presentation? I mean, maybe that's just what you need.
No, they've done that multiple
Oh, okay.
times.
Then,
And this is a question I've asked every year. Again, so I would suggest we change the formula. If there's not 3 votes for it, we can move on.
I mean, we're putting our money where our mouth is, and that's the investment that we're county getting in return. So they're maximizing the dollars for this county, so I don't know why we need to argue to reduce their budget.
I'm just arguing to get a budget. So we know what they need and what they're planning. Hey, if there's not the support, there's not the support. But,
Okay.
look, we've gone from, in a recommended budget, we had $410,000 set aside for the CVB. Using the true-up, this is an interpretation of what true-up is, we're offering them $435,000. So most of these people are already a quarter into their fiscal year working under the budget that we put forward in June. So we're putting another $25,000 on top of that into the CVB, and there's $65,000 worth of asks on the table in front of us.
should we give Martin Huberty an opportunity to comment to the issue? He's on the phone, and I think he can probably give us some clarity on what they actually do and what their budget is.
Well, why don't we start, Mr. Chair, with whether is there any interest in changing the formula? Because if there's not, we can save ourselves some breath. Why not? We can do that right now.
The whole thing or just CVB?
Well, it would be an impact to CVB. What I'm suggesting is we give them a fixed amount based upon a budget request, not based upon the float or what the number comes in at.
Well, then if we're going to do that, we better do it to every single person, every group. I don't think that's fair to single out CVB at this point of the game. So if we're going to do it, we're going to have to do it to all the other three.
We don't have to do anything. We don't have to change it. We
But
don't
it
have to
just
be
like,
equal.
to
We
even
can
in
do
a-
whatever we want with this.
I have a suggestion by Mr. Garamendi to change the equation for specifically CVB.
Yeah.
Are you yes or no, Amanda?
If it's specifically to CVB,
If it's specifically to CVB, no. But if it's to entertain everything under TOT, then yes. But CVB specifically, no.
Mr. Top, no.
No.
I'm a no at this time.
Okay. Can I just check, can we close that first question we had about whether we owe the fire department's money from what we agreed in June?
Yeah, it's,
We close that question?
yeah, we do need to close that question very much so, because I think we have a difference in opinion on how we're going to apply it. And that's where the confusion is. Look, with that partially, there was no way to do it within the budget from last year. It would have to be a carryover, just because we didn't have the actuals when July 1st rolled around. So that's what my understanding was, and why Ms. Von Lotta moved forward with doing like last year's this year, so that we have an actual to work with. But that's beside itself.
I have a question. What's in this book? Is that a projection for TOT? Are we basing this 25% four ways on a projection?
We're basing it on last year's actuals. Period.
Okay, but it's a projection based on
No.
last year's actuals.
No, it is what I clearly misunderstood, or perhaps I didn't, but at the end of the day, and I do have email correspondence documenting exactly the structure that I've set forth with you, not with your board, but with other entities who are receiving TOT distribution, where exactly what I described with the one-year look-back budgeted is this year's number to take away budget uncertainty for this year, is certainly my understanding, and the way that I have represented that as I have moved forward since recommended budget. So it is completely up to your board, but no, we budgeted exactly last year's revenue and not based on a projection. I think that number is probably low if we see the same trend that we saw in this past fiscal year, which means if my understanding of the situation were correct and your board chose to leave this structure in place, that a year from now, they would be then receiving this year's actuals divided by 4. But clearly, I am very, very, very possibly wrong. I just have, that's been my misconception since all of this was originally discussed.
Thank you. I'm not sure I clearly understand what you're saying, though, because our conversation was that when we had this study session or we had this conversation, we had only projected $700,000, but we were at 1.7 million at that particular time, and that was before the end of the year. So when we closed the books on June 30th, where did TOT stand? Did we pass 2 million? What was the final number for last year on collection of TOT?
It was 4 times $436,000. So let me just pull it up here.
4072. Actual is 131. 1743 495.
Thank you.
So it didn't go past, we were at 1.7 back then when we had this conversation.
It was more like 1.6. But yeah, it was not a huge increase. We didn't receive a tremendous amount of revenue between where we were at then and what happened as of June 30th.
Okay, and
So that-
I understand your thought process to true up by doing what you did here. My concerns are, instead of just truing up and going with a conservative projection, because of the pandemic, and last year people came up here and to get away from down wherever they were coming from, so it did drive it up. Next year, you're going to base our projections on what you say is actuals for this. So
I completely.
I understand what you're saying, where you're going. I understand the thought process and what you did. I'm just concerned about going on in a roller coaster here between this year and next year, because if we only bring in another $700,000, which we projected for last year, they're going to be back down to $186,000.
So Gary, what formula do you think we should use for TOT then?
I'm not sure. I think it should have been more conservative than the 1.7, which was exactly what the true up was for last year, because it was a year that was not normal. And we don't know what's going to happen now, because people went back to work. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. It was going to come the same thing, but people went back to work and left the county that were here for on B&B and what have you, rentals.
So
my thought process was like Jack. We got this at the end of the year. We knew it was trued up. Okay, we were this much over for the entire year last year. Split that 4 ways, give it to them, and projections here more conservative based on the year before.
do you want to go back to the recommended budget for 21, 22?
I would maybe add a little bit to it, but isn't that what your understanding, Jack, was basically that we were going to true up?
That's
the
100,000.
final number of last year, split that 4 ways one time, and then go forward.
Well, I agree with everything except the division of 4 ways. I thought we were doing a one-off special.
Well,
for fire.
one special,
I don't want
one time to a fire
I don't want to
department.
give $250,000.
Mike, please. Mr. Garamendi, when you're talking, please turn on your mic.
And you're right. We did, the fire department
Can't
was
remember,
here
keep
that we
going.
were talking about at that time. But it was a 25%, 4 ways, was 25% to the fire department of whatever we were over.
That was my understanding. I'm only one person.
Ms. Callaway.
Again, I go back, this is what the CAO is recommending, and if there's heartburn on our part, then we need to give the CAO a figure that we would want her to use, which could be what was it, the recommended budget, which was 100,000 less than what's here.
Sure, you don't have to raise your hand.
I'm waiting until Ms. Callaway's done. I'm not going to interrupt her. I'm just saying I want to be next.
Well, since you've already interrupted me, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, I didn't.
No, Maria, sorry.
I'm just
Go ahead,
saying,
Marita.
I mean, I hear what you're saying,
Okay.
and I'm just saying, well, what figure do we want? We can
That's-
plug in any figure we want. She's given us 1920 actual, 2021 actual. The recommended budget was 100,000 less. And are we going to do what's in the budget book, which is 100,000 more? I mean, she doesn't care. I'm just saying, what figure do we want?
I agree. And that's why I raised my hand. I'm sorry if I
I'll
interrupted
call on
you.
you, Mr. Stopper.
Thank you, Ms. Callaway. I have a suggestion for that, and I don't think the number's 100,000. What was the true-up number total?
$250,000.
$250,000?
It was almost exactly $100,000, and the delta, I'm sorry, the true up from total from when you're
Right.
over the other is about, about 250.
About 250 for all 4 of them?
No.
Total, or each one?
About $1
For
million.
each one, okay, so about $1 million is what it is. So if we subtract $1 million from this, 2.7 here? we have a concern, I,
1.7.
here, no, here, let me get it, from 1.7. We subtract that 1 million from 1.7, we have a number of $700,000, which is a very conservative number for the following year. And then we put this as a line item as true up, and we have a conservative number for what their budget is for the next year on the difference. And that way, all our bottom line stays the same. No? Okay. Well, it actually makes the numbers work. Just saying. It's just, either way they're getting their money. I'm just making sure that it's under a line item where everyone realizes it's a true up.
I guess the question I got is, did we make a promise? Obviously, I felt we did. And then if we did, are we going to fulfill it? And then we figure out whether or how to do that. I want to point out I was not a fan of this whole piece of conversation when we did the first time. So.
No, it was
but
a heated
our
conversation.
word is our word. So, and I may be wrong.
Right.
I understand. Let me say this. I understand what Krista did. She trued it up in a budget, and then next year we're going to use whatever we bring in this year as the budget for next year. In a way, it still trues it up, but it trues it up to all of them. And I don't think we had that conversation to what Jack's saying. It's a different way of what we were saying versus just cut them a check for $250 at the end of the year and we're trued up and let's move on. It's within the budget year, and then next year, whatever we bring in when we true up at the end of the year. If we only bring in $800,000, then next year's budget's going to be that. But we're shortfalling ourselves by doing this way, because we're going to pay out that 1.7, whether we bring in 7 million or we bring in 1 million or 1.7 million or 800,000. We're going to pick up the difference. If we don't bring in the forecasted 1.7 million.
Why? No, we don't. Why do we have to do that? We're just projecting we're going to get 1.7. And if we get 1.6,
that's the problem.
It's not projecting. Right?
Because we talked about this, remember? Joel and I talked about the over-under.
Yes.
They take the risk.
They take the risk. But this is a true-up, so we're truing up this year.
Right. Well, there's money carried over the way it's done right now, so that's $1 million that's from last year. So, so that gets us back to the $250,000, let's just say, for the fire department on the true-up. What number, if we decide as a board we want to move forward with a projection for the following year and just true up the last year, that's going to change our bottom line on how we did the budget right now. So what number is the board comfortable with for a projected number for the following year on our revenue?
For the following year.
This year, for this year that we're talking about.
This year, thank you.
For this year, yeah. No, I'm talking about last year's actuals, and then the following year's this year right now. So that's what your conversation's coming down to. She did. I hear where you're going. Yeah. Now I'm blowing it.
Turn it on and just leave it on.
Now I blew it. No, and this gets down to the fact that, look, I understand what you and Jack are saying, and I think that was part of the conversation, but I don't think we all heard Krista and her proposal on how she was going to do it moving forward, because I think she said it to those, and we were having two different conversations at the time. So she moved forward with one. Do we have the appetite to move back and readjust the budget as you are both talking about and do this $250,000 that gets them back to whole from last year? And then do we need a projected number for what we think then we would be back to projections for the following year?
We're still in projections.
Right.
But I think that's a big number.
Right.
Based on last year, I think if you go back through the history, that's a phenomenal number from last year. I would be more conservative of maybe an $800,000 figure and going forward and true up with the fire departments now, and then whatever 800 is 4 ways, it's $200,000, then.
Okay.
And that's a crap, they've agreed to this, whether that is easy, if it comes in less, then it's less.
Okay, I'll throw something out. Why don't we do the 1920 actual? That was part of a COVID year and part of whatever, what Ben gave us, 131.
Yeah, it's like $300,000 of difference, so let me see, I even talked about the other night. It's, TOT is $1,473,000 for the 1920s actuals.
4072?
Yes.
What's your point, Marina? Now?
Well, the point is, I mean, we could do 100,000 here or 50,000 there. We have to pick a number and put it in. And if we use the one for 1920 versus the actual from 2021, that was 2019 was a normal year, and the first half of 20 was a COVID 6-month period. And 2021, where we were real conservative, came in higher than we anticipated for the reasons that Gary mentioned. So if we want to be real conservative, then go to 1473,119.
I don't know if that's conservative, but that's my own position. Here, we're starting to do work on something. Let me get it. Are we willing to? So here's where we're at. Jack and Mr. Garamendi and Mr. Toffanelli, the supervisors are suggesting that we go back and we put in a conservative number for the future on revenue, and then true up the $250,000 to them. Are you suggesting we true everyone up?
No, we didn't agree to that. The fire department's the only one that came. Was here.
Okay, so that's what they're suggesting right now, is that they just true up the fire departments.
They were the ones that
and the other, oh, sorry, I'm just trying to make it clear. The other 3 don't get trued up on that. The sheriff, Public Works, and the Visitors Bureau. And then we move forward with a conservative number on what the revenue will be for TOT this year, but not overly conservative. Is that what I'm understanding?
So just to be very clear, when you do that, we're going to need to find approximately $500,000 to backfill the Sheriff's Department budget and the roads MOE, because...
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about fire's the only one we agreed with. They sat here and we discussed it at length, and we said, we had a suggested budget recommendation, as you got here, 1.643, and they
Okay,
sat
I
there
must
and
have misunderstood Supervisor Stopper.
Yeah.
That was not what I understood you to just propose.
Well, that's what I was just asking. And
Gary and I were saying we're just truing up with people who we
Right, which
made a deal with.
exactly, the true up was $250,000 for the sheriff. So $250,000 is going to have to be backfilled in the sheriff's thing regardless. Am I right?
No. Listen though, because if we take Marita's number 14 and use that as a conservative number, you projected 161. That's only $200,000 difference, so it wouldn't be $250,000. It would be $100,000 each.
That's not what I understood Supervisor Stopper to propose.
Gary, how about you state it, and then I'll run the numbers again. on what you're saying.
Okay, Marita suggested that we use 1920 figures, which is
$73,119.
Okay. This budget that's presented to us today is $1,743,495, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the difference between 1473 and 1743 is about $300,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you take the $300,000 and away from the bottom line, then it would be minus from CBB, from the sheriff's office, and from Public Works. So
You're right, it's not quite half a million.
Correct. It's not $250,000 from each one. It's about $100,000 from each one.
$150,000, yes.
So it's not $250,000.
Right. But you add
Regardless,
150
we still need to find a place to backfill that.
But she said
because
about
it's been
half a
budgeted.
million overall. 150,000 times 3 is $450,000 that we have to figure out how we're going to fill in the budget at that time.
It's not a half a million.
Okay, you're right. There's $50,000 difference there.
150,000.
Okay.
Before I start arguing the math, I want to find out whether we're moving forward with this
Right.
or not.
That's where I was going.
Then we could argue about the math.
Amanda?
I'm with the recommended, what is in front of us right now. I'm not interested in redoing the formula right now.
Mr. Toffenelli?
You know where I'm at.
Yes. Looking at last year's budget, I'm more comfortable with that. Either way, you're getting far more than we budgeted for you in the years prior. So in all actuality, you're getting that money regardless, so I'm comfortable with the recommended budget as is, as of this time.
All right, obviously, I thought we had a deal, so I'm going to honor that. So, no. I believe we, or whatever yeses, I'm with Gary.
Where's Gary?
I'm with the deal that we honored, that we were made with the fire department. It was the only placement that came that time when we had this discussion. CBB wasn't here, the sheriff wasn't here, and Public Works wasn't here saying, true us up, you're way over what, you brought in way over, excuse me, you brought in way over what was allotted for or budgeted for this year in TOT. And I think every fire chief in the county was here that day.
Right. I don't think so. In fairness to the other three groups, I don't think they thought they would have to be here for that. The fire chiefs all were concerned about the extra 30 or 40,000 they would respectively get with budgets that are really hurting. I don't think the other three thought about it. Or I think we honor all of them. We treat them all the same. So for me, the only question is what figure do we use for the 21-22 budget? And if 1743 is not acceptable to the board, then I threw out the 1.4. But they should all four be treated the same. If we true up for the fire departments, we do that for the other three.
The planning department.
No, I didn't say planning. For the other three.
Okay.
We do it for the other three.
Well, it looks like 3-2. And leave it the way it is. What's next? Let's move on.
You had your parks thing?
Oh, you want to talk about the parks thing? Yeah, and I took Marita over to look at it at lunchtime, Mrs. Stern, and what's needed there, and this is really a liability, excuse me, it is a liability, that's catching, I don't know why today we turned on the mic. It is a sustainable liability for the county, both those items, plug ugly mine and that cistern. And it will cost us a lot more than $45,000 over the next four or 5 years in order to maintain it. And then past that, who knows what it's going to cost, or if they're going to have to replace it then anyway. So I'm saying that we spend the money that Patrick got on his quote, which was about $27,000, for replacing that with current water storage bins that are out there, and it got all hooked up for San Andreas Park and Rec to operate on. And then plug up the mine is another real liability that needs to be taken care of. So I'm in favor of coming up with the money that's needed for it. I would say a $45,000 budget would be adequate to take care of the situation.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, not opposed. Where do we get the money? What do you think we have to pull from?
For the money, we can use contingency money. I'll go to CAO on her thoughts on, we had several conversations on where the money can come from. Obviously, there's in the one of the items that she talked about earlier about the $50,000 and $10,000 for each district. I'm willing to put that $10,000 up towards this simply because I want to make sure the liability is there, it's taken care of. It's more important for me to spend that money for that. The other $35,000 in the budget can come from teeter funds and contingencies. Somewhere that we can, since it is a capital project, more or less, the CIP improvement project, we can, take it out of teeter if you want, which is what teeter is there for. We decided as of 4 years ago that that's one of the type of projects we'd use that money on.
We're up on percentage. We're up on percentage on teeter, correct?
I'm sorry,
What's our percentage on teeter right now?
percentage?
Or what's our minimum bottom line that we say we want to be on teeter at the end of the year?
Actually, for teeter, we don't have a target
Okay.
threshold, so
Okay.
we're okay, and we're over in contingencies too.
What your projection was at the end of the year that I saw.
I think 1.2, but that's a very conservative number.
Right. All right, Amanda? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Toffenelli is a yes? I'm a yes. Mr. Garamendi?
It's a good idea. Let's get her done.
Ms. Callaway is a yes? Okay.
We agreed 10K from Gary, 35 from contingencies or teeter? Either one?
Whatever, I want to get it done and take care of it because it's a liability. So, when you use the 10 grand, that's fine. It's going to be within the boundaries of what that money's set there for anyway, so.
So contingencies? Is that, okay.
So that comes to the point, on my request for Milton Road and the funnel bottleneck going into the landfill and the fire danger that's presented with dry grass on the sides of the road. Part of that would be agriculture and them spraying, but we were hoping to take it back farther with work with from the jail and clearing that to the fence line. Generally, you can't. They have extensions. Our agriculture has extensions on the thing that can go out further, but generally spraying it farther to where it gets on the grass on the other sides where the cattle graze is not a good idea with what we're spraying out there. So that's the case where, hand clearing would come in handy in that area. And more so, the fire danger is my biggest worry, but the trash on the sides of the road, because everyone from the county that drives down that way ends up bottlenecking into the same area, would be something that I'm interested in putting that money forward on also, just because it tends to be on the sides of the road there more so than other areas. So that my request is nothing to exceed $10,000 to those ends.
Is that what the sheriff told you it would cost?
No. The sheriff was saying that we could probably do it for less with the clearance, just down on Milton Road area going to Rock Creek. But, the added cost was a thought towards the trash ends. That's why I'm doing a not to exceed amount, just to help out with the multiple groups of volunteers. We have the Good Samaritan Church, Calaveras Consolidated consistently picks up along there. I think Mr. Toffanelli's even on the 26 area got Caltrans to step it up a few more times.
Yeah, and our Rotary Club picks up trash too.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of people volunteering and actually doing it. But as soon as it's done, the trash builds up the following day just because of how much traffic bottlenecks into that same area.
I hear what you're saying, but that's true all over the county. So I know Amanda and I are on a trash pickup team, and what difference is it on Milton than on some of
I just said it bottlenecks everybody from your district, Jack's district, Mr. Toffanelli's district, Ms. Fullendorf's district, all bottleneck down in the same area to use the landfill. So
for trash or for weeds?
For weeds?
Well, didn't you say you wanted the...
Oh, yeah, the clearance, because...
The clearance, right.
Right.
Okay, I'm not questioning that. That's using the sheriff's inmates. It's the trash pickup.
Well, anything left over after doing the weed abatement could be used towards trash pickup. This more than covers it with $10,000.
I'm not going to interrupt, but I think with the consensus, or at least maybe we're on the same line of thought because we talk about it a lot, is it's a common interest for all five of us, and maybe it's a broader investment than just Milton Road, and not something to be considered, and not to flip Krista with a recommended budget, but it seems like everyone has an interest in that. Now with fire, it's not just Milton Road where you see the trains.
Right. No.
It's all over the place. Is that where you were going, Marita? That there's an interest with all five of us to have.
No, but, and that's a very good point. And it comes down to, look, I don't ask a lot for my district. I don't ask for a library. I don't ask for park money. I don't ask, there's a lot of things that just don't fit in my district. But with the higher use going down Milton Road with trailers and everything to facilitate something that benefits all the county with Rock Creek, there has been, case in point, multiple fires started with dragging chains from those trailers, whether they're from my district, your district, or anybody's district. And yes, the concern of fire runs across the entire county. But statistics say with actual fires, it happens more along that road than anywhere else.
And I'll have to agree, going down Milton Road from Jenny Lynn, there was a fire in Jenny Lynn. It burned up the road almost to the creek, or the river there. Then you go a mile down, and there's another fire that started. And it's burned all the way up the road. They got it out near an orchard. You go further up the road, there's another fire that's been set. This historically, in the third fire that I'm talking about, before you get to Rock Creek Road, where the Rock Creek is, not Rock Creek Road, but that's burned historically. Last year and the year before, we had a big fire sweep through there, almost going to copper. he's correct, and it's because people are driving down there to go to the landfill, and they're doing whatever they want, like dragging chain, a trailer. A guy got a flat tire on his trailer and just kept going. Sparks flying out everywhere, and because of the vegetation along the road, it caused a big fire. I agree with Ben.
I can't believe what some people do. I mean, like, literally, I was yelling at somebody with a trailer the other day because they had it loaded so down that one of the crossbars was dragging on the pavement while they're driving down the road. And that could happen anywhere. I understand the concern for the whole county. I wish we had enough money to do the whole county. We have 2 fires the prior year in my area that burned hundreds of acres. Not that that didn't just happen off of Parrott's Ferry with a different circumstance, but, you know, it's a high issue for my people in the community that don't ask for much from Calaveras County when it comes to other benefits that you all see in your districts, and this is one I'm asking for my district. So, Amanda, no? Yes?
Oh, no, I'm not against it. I'm just saying that there just seems to be a common interest that maybe in the future, the CAO can bring back a larger, expanded idea of that idea. But yes, if you can figure out where that comes from, I'm not against it at all. I just think it warrants further discussion for future priority.
I can appreciate that.
With your poll, can you throw in, with your poll, can you throw in source of funds so we can just do it all at the same time? Where do you want the money to come out?
Source of funds, I would suggest Teeter.
Okay.
And I'm being very conservative on what we can get it done with. I'm not asking for more than $10,000.
Okay.
Ms. Fullendorf?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Toffenelli?
Yes, I have a item that I had a conversation with Chris about yesterday on the capital assets requests sheet. And that sheet, I'm looking at sheet 116. And this could cover, if we decide, the board decides, this could cover all these projects we just talked about.
Okay. 116?
You go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's this item up from the bottom up. It says Sheriff's Corner. And it says a refrigerated trailer.
All right.
$75,000.
Let's not do that.
Let's not do that? I don't know why, because we haven't gone down that road of decision on what's going where and who.
That's that's completely reasonable to, instead of making all these transfers, simply take that off.
We're not going to do a refrigerated.
And it's still a 1010, huh?
It's still a 1010 by the, to the extent that we need to move those monies between the corner budget and the sheriff corner budget, and we are not anticipating in our procuring this particular refrigerated trailer this year. So we're taking that off the capital asset list and using those funds.
I'm willing to say that I'm taking the funds from somewhere else if the rest of the board's amiable to that.
So if we ditch the trailer, we have 75,000, we got 55,000 still out in requests. That includes Gary's 35 from the contingencies, bins, and then we'll get to Crossgrove Creek here in a minute. Then we're still up 25.
Correct.
So we've got the 35 and the 45, so 30.
30,000.
Yeah.
Right, 30,000. That's pre-Cosgrove Creek conversation, right?
Right.
So we're up 30,000 pre-Cosgrove Creek conversation.
If that's the will of the board. That's what we want to take out.
Gary was a yes. So Amanda, you still a yes on that?
Yes.
Mr. Toffenelli's? I'm a yes.
I'll take the money from there and fill those things, yeah.
All right, Ms. Callaway?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Toffenelli, for the suggestion. Good eyes on you. So now we're on to the Cosgrove Creek conversation.
want me to start? You're looking at me?
Well,
I think we all know
No,
where
you
it's
know
at.
what?
Gary's-
I'm right there with you, Mr. Toffenelli. I've worked down the area for years. I've dealt with it. I put irrigated water on the golf course. I know I've watched it back up during 2006 when I was down in the area and that big rain came through and everything washed out of Valley Springs Public Utility District. And a big way that's a benefit to our entire community is to remove the underbrush and everything out of the way so the water has free flow. And we save lots of houses when it comes to water.
I agree. I'm just,
Businesses too.
my only question to this, and I'm supportive of this, is there a fix? I mean, or is this just forever?
I could bring up multiple ideas, but let's just say we were to make it work. We'd have to channel down Cosgrove Creek the entire way, and we'd have to deal with Miss Grimes the entire time.
You'd have
in that
to
area.
relocate a water.
And then we have two bridges that we go under that would have to be rebuilt.
Okay, I'm good with the
And
$10,000
so-
taken out of the reefer truck.
Okay, I will say this, that at one time, and Rita knows, it's been years ago, that we were in a joint agreement with the Corps of Engineers, who has jurisdiction over it, along with Fish and Game, to come up with a solution. And the county spent about $200,000 of the money, of our money, to come up with a plan to permanently fix this. And because of the crash in the economics in 2009 and 10, we didn't have the money to continue with the study. However, the Corps did. And there is a project out there that relieves the stress on Cosgrove Creek that had to do with building or expanding some ponds that are further up north of Highway 12 and collecting water in those ponds and letting it flow down slower than just collecting on down the hill, rushing through. So there are some plans out there to take care of this, but at this point in time, it needs to be more looked at, brought up, and discussed if we're going to spend the money to fix that.
I support.
In the meantime, if we do have a huge flood, it flooded businesses, it flooded people you couldn't get from one side of the highway to the other. People were stuck in La Cantana, people were stuck in Valley Springs, they couldn't get, it was not a good situation. So,
All right, Amanda. $22,000, which is covered by the 30. Am I correct on that number?
I thought it was 10.
I was 10.
Oh, Gary said 10.
no, I said 10 because of the trees. I was just guessing at what's going to cost to get the trees. I didn't put any money to go across Vista Del Lago into Ben's district. And there's been complaints that those are back, that's right up, runs right through backyard in Ben's district. If he's interested in getting things cleared out there. This only goes from Highway 12 to Vista Del Lago.
Ben just got finished telling us he doesn't ask for anything, though, so.
Well, he was asking for it, and
I'm
then he
just
threw
giving
me
you
into the equation, so here I
I
am.
would be willing to put 20,000 of the 10 of that left over 30,000 encumber hit into his down the rest of that creek.
And that includes both the trees or the multiple trees
Trees that
there?
are falling that you've seen.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I wasn't turning on my light again. Mike. So, Ms. Fullendorf.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Toffenelli, you're a yes. I'm a yes.
What are we agreeing to exactly? I'm sorry.
$22,000 out of that 30 that we had left over from the refrigeration unit. And that leaves 8 more somewhere.
If I may, we actually received an updated invoice from one of our community organizations, and the difference is $2,264. So given that we're making, you all are directing changes to the budget, I would like to make that change also.
Which community organization?
Upper Moke Hill Watershed Authority, UMRA.
UMRA?
Umrah. Jack or Umrah?
Umrah, what about it? They had an update invoice?
Yes.
Updated invoice, $2,600.
Or seven.
$264 or 600?
It's just shy of, it's about $2,700.
Oh, 2,700, okay.
So you're saying 22,000 bucks, and we're good all the way through District 1 and District 5, clearing up the creek for this year, and we know where the money is?
Yes.
And there's $8,000 and change that we can put back into something else? Yes.
Ms. Callaway?
I then would like to use some of that money for Murphy's Creek, because we also have trees across the creek and willows and flooding in that area. We're trying to get the CCC to help, which will be a cost. And if they can't do the creek, if they can't go into the creek because they usually don't allow them to, then we'll have to find another resource. So I'm assuming at least a couple of thousand for clearing Murphy's Creek. We can only do it once a year when they shut the powerhouse down.
So, excuse me, you want $2,000 is what you're saying? I didn't hear it.
Okay. Yeah, that's where I was going. Ms. Fullendorf, yes?
Come on, Miranda, this is your time to ask for something. There's still $6,000 left in the kitty.
Still $6,000 to disperse.
Can't not spend every nickel the government has.
Want to give me a post and pop it?
And then, where's $2,000? And to reconcile the UMRA, I'm in favor of that. Are you in favor of reconciling UMRA?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Garamendi?
I'm in favor of UMRA and a couple grand to...
And I'm in favor of a couple grand to her. That leaves some change.
We could,
Get us
we don't have to
some
spend
payday
everything.
Candy bars?
We can still
We could
come
put it
back.
in the board budget
we could keep
for county, some type of a county event in the fall, perhaps.
So
We'll take it up at a later time. I think we could leave $6,000.
Or all increased contingencies.
Actually, it's $4,000.
Okay.
A little less than $4,000.
Let's see.
$3,300.
22.
We had 8, she took 2, and 26, or 27 at least.
We're down to $2,000 out of a $79 million budget. I think
You're asking
call
for
it good.
27 for the San Andreas Parks?
No, 27 for the reconcile with Umbra.
2,700. Okay,
Mhm.
yeah.
So
So that leaves
Yeah.
33.
You guys do mine.
Mine's on. For once.
Mine's on.
is that it?
How much were you asking for your parks?
My park?
Yeah.
The park was, I'm putting in 10 from the other,
Right.
35,000, maybe $45,000 budget.
Okay, 35 was the number. 57, 67, 69.7. Okay. That's $300 less than 70K right there.
We're within $5,300 in a $79 million budget. I think we declare victory.
I think, did we get all that? 2.7 for you reconciling with it, I'm wrong. 10,000 for roads in my district. 22,000 for
Cosgrove Creek.
Cosgrove Creek, was it 20 or 22? 22. And 35 for the park, that's on top of the 10 that Mr. Toffenelli's putting in. So I want to say 57, 67, 69.7, and we don't have Ms. Callaway's $2,000 in there yet, which would put us at $71,700.
That's fine. It's a $75,000 asset. So
Right.
my recommendation is that we break for maybe 20 minutes so that I can type this up and we can all have a break and we can look at it and agree that, or disagree as you may wish, and then go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
All right, can you make it 19 minutes?
How about we return back at 3:30?
All right.
3:15?
That $9 million in structural deficit is something that would be nice to close out.
Yeah, we're ready.
It was. back.
Umrah was only 23, not 27. You got 23 for Umrah instead of 27.
Yes, that's because I was incorrect.
Oh, man.
So. The
Just
adults
don't
have-
let it happen again.
Are we back?
Sarah's back.
Actually, I note one change that needs to be made. We need to increase, I'm talking with my colleague who is running the show here in terms of the spreadsheet, the capital asset allocation and the second row to $45,000 in community organizations, and then we need to reduce probably 5271 in that budget unit to by $10,000.
Who's filling in those blanks right now? Ms. Silva?
Ms. Nicotero.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Nicotero. Summer.
Oops.
High school name.
Just double checking. Correct. Yes, that change was correct. Does this look consistent with the guidance, the direction that your board just provided regarding the budget adjustments?
And that is the correct amount now for Umrah, the corrected amount. Okay. Yeah, it looks good to me.
Yes.
Can't see, I was wondering if you're gonna.
Oh, sorry. Ms. Nicotero, is it possible that you could enlarge that spreadsheet some?
We could spend $3,700 on field glasses.
If Marita's still reading that, can we move to possibly public comment and give them the opportunity for right now while we're all processing? And then also, I think Mr. Hubbardy did have his hand up. Is it taken down now?
That was from 2:15, but if he is here and would like to speak.
Yes, he has left.
Okay. Well, my
I
apologies
only
to
just
him
saw
if
it,
he felt
yeah.
that we were ignoring him. We have an opportunity. So, any public comment?
There's no public comment?
All right. Well, with that, I'll bring it back to the board.
Is there action we're supposed to make?
Well, we're gonna say yes, we agree with everything we just decided to change along with the recommended budget in its entirety, and then bring it back the 28th. If that's the appetite of the board right now, or do we really want to complicate things?
Mr. Chair, I agree with this budget, and I suggest you bring it back on a consent item, and we put this to bed.
Miss Callaway, how do you feel?
That's fine, I agree.
Mr. Toffenelli?
Yes, and it'll come back with the changes we just made
Correct.
in format, or we can pass. Yes.
Ms. Fullendorf?
Yep.
I'm a yes. Thank you, Ms. Bonlotta.
Thank
we
you.
make it more painful than it has to be, but all in all, it's pretty much the same as what we started with today.
That
Thank
was
you.
fun. I would have been disappointed if there hadn't been some robust discussion.
If there's no further discussion on this item, then I'll move to supervisor announcements.
Close the public hearing, perhaps?
Oh, yeah, close the public hearing. My apologies. Now supervisor's announcements. Ms. Callaway.
There is a proposal from the California Department of Aging and the California Health and Human Service Agency to abandon our area agencies, in our case, Area 12 Agency on Aging, and put it with local proposed health and human services agencies. So we have a JPA of Mariposa, Amador, Tuolumne, Calaveras, and I'm on the board of Area 12, oppose that. And Corey Allen, I've discussed with Corey Allen, and she's in agreement. It has a huge impact on rural counties. In this case, we'd be breaking up an agency that's worked well for over 30 years, provides a lot of services that 4 counties would then have to individually do. So I would like to write a letter on behalf of the board for board signature opposing, it's called, it's got a weird name, Hubs and Spokes legislation. I don't know where they got it, but so if there is initial agreement on behalf of the board, I will write a letter for board signature and ask it to be on the next agenda.
Mr. Garamendi.
We had a really great, Gary and I had a really great.
No. Let's do a poll for Miss
sorry.
Callaway real quick, even though she doesn't like the word poll. And and just, do you agree with her writing that letter in the interest of Area 12 on opposing what the state's doing? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right?
You think it's the best thing for us, Maria?
Yes.
All right, I'll take it. Yes.
Mr. Toffenelli?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm a yes also,
Okay,
as
thank
long
you.
as I get to check the grammar.
I am more than happy to have you check the grammar.
No worries, I'm just joking, Ms. Callaway.
All right, have Sarah check your grammar.
All right, Mr. Garamendi, sorry to interrupt you, but
Just really quick, Gary and I had, Supervisor Toffenelli and I had a great District 1-2 town hall last Thursday in McCallum Hill to talk about redistricting. It's obviously going to be complex, but it was good. Again, encourage everybody to vote, and I compliment our register and clerk. I think we've run a really good election in this county. We should be very proud of it. So, thank you.
thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I'd like to say that I had good meetings with both Supervisor Toffenelli and Supervisor Follendorfs and the 1-5 meeting and the 4-5 meetings for redistricting. I really appreciate the work and presentation by Ms. Turner and her staff. They do an excellent job on many fronts, and I appreciate everything they do. They're valued.
Yeah, I echo the sentiments of Jack and Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Stopper. It was very good meetings, well done. Rebecca and her staff and Susan and Sarah came in and set up. It was a good job. I really thought they put a lot of thought into it. So kudos to you, Rebecca, you and your staff. And that's all I have.
I'm going to echo the rest of the supervisors, and the clerk's office did a really good job. Staff did a good job with the town hall. Great turnout for the town hall that I had with Supervisor Stopper as well as Supervisor Callaway. It was a great turnout. Most of the individuals were engaged, asked great questions. So now I guess it's just keep encouraging them to go to our redistricting website to keep giving back comments and feedback. And we had a COG meeting, and supervisors, you were not there, but most of it was pretty routine. We went over, the biggest thing was our county transportation plan that was proposed. So that will be coming back again next month for final.
Thank you all. That concludes, Mr. Toffman.
And I want to explain, I wasn't at the COG meeting because I was at the District 1 meeting, so thank you.
Yes, scheduling. We all have that issue at times. September 14th, 2021 regular meeting is adjourned. I'm calling it a regular meeting next time, Ms. Galloway.
I'm going to go home and watch the internet, and Krista, if I'm wrong, I owe you.
No.